Chapter 8:23. 3 days later, Thea was in a secret base in the metropolis. Her hands were behind her head and her long legs were propped up on the table as she stared intently at the surveillance screen. On the screen, a pale-skinned man was cleaning up a corpse. The man was agitated and mumbling to himself as if he was on a pilgrimage. Is this necrophiliac really worth our attention? Death Knell, who was tall and burly like a brown bear, was puzzled. Why did Thea care so much about this person? He was just a normal psychopath who killed his entire family and cleaned up the corpses. Lord Death Knell could kill 3 of these scumbags with a single slash. Io? This is a psychopath. Just as Death Knell finished his sentence, the man smiled unusually happily and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He then took out a technological device and aimed it at his head before pressing the switch. A flame flashed and the man lay in a pool of blood with a creepy smile on his face. He lay where the blood of his entire family gathered. Death Knell was dumbfounded. He had killed many people, even if it wasn't 1,000, it was at least 800. Of course, he had seen people who committed suicide in desperation, but it was the first time he had seen someone commit suicide so happily. This person who committed suicide was no ordinary person. This was the intuition that he had honed after years of being a mercenary. When he was alive, he was nothing special. But after he died, he seemed to have become stronger in an instant. The surveillance screen went black. The 2 of them waited for 3 minutes before the man in the pool of blood stood up again. He was wearing a black leather mask, and there was an inverted triangle and 5 vertical lines on his chest. From afar, it looked like a palm print. He was wearing a dark cloak and tights, and there was still a smile on the man's lips as if he was mocking the world. The most eye-catching thing was the black ring on his right middle finger. A black ring? Is that why you're so cautious? Death Knell had the yellow light ring too, so he could naturally see through it. Thea looked at the first black light and remained silent for a long time. She put down her leg and sighed. Everything has begun. Increase the security around my mother's place. Tell our people to be careful. Pull back the front line and gather in a few strong fortresses. Wait for an opportunity to counterattack. So pessimistic? Is this necrophiliac that powerful? Death Knell had never seen Thea take the initiative to defend herself. He was in disbelief. According to the prophecy, it's very powerful. It's never wrong to be careful. She had never told anyone how to deal with it. Actually, if he cast a resurrection spell on William Hand, codenamed Black Hand, everything would be fine. Resurrection spells were rare, but not impossible. Others aside, as the god of souls, she could also cast resurrection spells with a little effort. It could be said that the Night of Darkness was a huge event, but it could be delayed for a short period of time. The Black Hand was the connection between the Black Death Emperor and the world. Once the Black Hand was revived, the Black Death Emperor could only return to his home. However, this could only be delayed. Black Hand was a very stubborn person. He would do everything he could to court death. He was literally courting death. How could they possibly defend against it? What's more, Thea wanted to fight the Black Death Emperor. Even if she couldn't kill him, she had to at least injure him. How could she let him go home? What if he cross-dressed? He instructed Death Knell to gather the hidden forces that belonged to him and preserve the elites. As for the outer forces, they could only be considered unlucky if they died. Thea teleported back to her home. She had an emergency meeting with Moira and waited for the situation to develop further. At the same time, her clone was in Sector 666 of the universe. The dead sector was like a terrifying beast with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour the flesh and blood of the living. Kerrigan of the Sharp Insectoids was beside her. She didn't know what the Queen of Blades was waiting for, but Thea did not explain. Not long after, the clone received a signal from the main body and knew that it was time. The darkest day in the universe had finally arrived. Tell your people to prepare. The prophecy says that countless dangers will fly out from here. I want your people to do their best to stop them. Stop as many as you can. Although she was full of questions, Kerrigan still did as she was told. The insectoids blotted out the sea of stars. There were all kinds of giant insectoids everywhere. It couldn't be helped. Normal insectoids could not enter space. Most of the insectoids on the battlefield were elites and above. If they were all wiped out, it would greatly affect Kerrigan's rule. Don't worry, the losses won't be too big. Thea was very confident. Even if the Black Lanterns could come back from the dead, they would not care about the insectoids. They were just too weak. After waiting for a while, suddenly, there were many reflective dots in space that could absorb light. The dots looked like little bugs, but compared to the vastness of the universe, the shiny objects were too small. However, from the initial 1 or 2 light dots, they quickly grew to thousands, and even hundreds of millions. They rose to an uncountable level, and the entire sector seemed to be filled with them. Thea stared at the dots. They were rings, Black Lantern rings. The Black Death Emperor used the Anti-Watchers as the main energy source for the Black Lanterns, and the souls of the entire Sector 666 as the carrier of death energy. Except for the first ring, which was given to the Black Hand on Earth, all the other rings were here. The Black Death Emperor was the death before all life began. He was not in this world and needed the Black Lantern rings to gather energy and summon him from the void to the material world. Although Thea did not intend to stop the summoning process, she did not want it to go too smoothly in the early stages. Tell your people to get ready. Kerrigan's eyes glowed with a unique light. Many gigantic insects with sharp horns on their bodies stood at the front line. Behind them were long-range insects with all kinds of trapping abilities, slowing down, and restricting movement. At the back were 500,000 frog-like insects with big heads, small bodies, and bulging eyes. Their mouths lit up when they opened and closed. These were new insects that Kerrigan specially created according to Thea's request. Destroying the Black Lantern rings was not easy, but it was not difficult either. The White Lanterns could be completely extinguished, the resurrection spell could be completely extinguished, and even the angel Zoriel beside the stranger could be wiped out. This was because they all had strong life energy and would cause damage to the Black Lantern rings made of death energy. Other than that, there was the traditional method of the 7-lantern core. Green Lantern and any one of the other 6 lanterns could destroy the Black Lantern rings. In general, the Guardians of OUA had a unique vision. They had realized the uniqueness of Green Lantern billions of years ago. But considering OUA's refusal to cooperate, Thea had to find another way. Some heroes and villains could send out strange emotional projections that could also destroy the Black Lantern. Thea remembered that the female fox could imitate a deep-sea anglerfish and send out a weak white light to destroy the Black Lantern. However, she was not strong enough and would be paralyzed after one shot. The Zerg's genes could avoid this problem. They gave up on attack, defense, and speed on a genetic level just to have more shots in battle. Chapter 824. Thea didn't use her trump card right away. 500,000 bugs were nothing compared to the huge number of Zergs. She just didn't do any experiments. Out of caution, she didn't know if the frog bugs could restrain the black lights. She needed to do some preliminary research. Endless black light rings flew out from the depths of the sector, rolling and spreading like a black curtain. The giant beetles, which were the size of hills, were the first to fight. As the main battle unit of the sharp Zerg, their hard cuticle could withstand any bombardment of artillery and laser. Their limbs had sharp saw-teeth. They relied on their weight to overwhelm the enemy and then madly cut the enemy's body. This was the simple and fatal attack of this kind of bug. However, they suffered a great loss when they encountered the black light rings today. The giant beetles, which were in the front line, were directly penetrated. The black light rings pierced countless small holes in their tough and thick carapaces, like ultra-long-range sniper bullets. The first few beetles to bear the brunt of the attack were smashed into pieces. This was not the attack method of the rings. They were simply blocked. The hunters on the second line of defense used their own methods. Some of them spat out spider webs, some of them spat out strong acids, and some of them had extremely tough stomachs. They opened their mouths and swallowed countless light rings, preparing to digest these little things with the several layers of stomachs in their bodies. Thea took action at the same time. She grabbed a black light ring with her magic power and studied it carefully. The result was not very good. Even with her strength, she could not destroy the ring by brute force. Although her strength was her shortcoming, not as good as Father Heaven and Uncle Da, She was not weaker than Superman. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the black light ring was not damaged at all. She used her own emotional power to attack the ring. The black light ring sizzled and emitted white smoke, but it was not damaged. When she mobilized the emotion of fear and attacked with nearly 30% of the energy, the black light ring made a crisp sound and shattered into a pile of powder. It seems that the green light is not necessary. It's just that the single emotion energy must be very high. It's not as convenient as the green light. Thea felt that she had gained something. At least it explained how the female fox could simulate the process of the lanternfish destroying the black light. There was no green light involved in this. Next, she experimented one by one. If anger and fear were to be consumed by 30%, pity and hope would only need to be consumed by 20%. In general, positive emotions had a greater advantage over black lamp. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to control emotional energy freely. Among the 7 Lantern Corps, except for the firstborn, who was a god with a strong will and could control compassion with divine power, the others were nothing if their rings were removed. Thea thought for a moment before putting on her yellow light ring and taking out a green light ring. This was the green version of the light ring that she had made for Alan Scott when she was on Earth. Her spiritual imprint was in the ring, so she could use it with ease. Seeing that the Zerg's first line of defense had completely collapsed, she shot a green light at a black light ring that was slightly closer to her, followed by a yellow light. The ring also sent out a connection disconnected signal and shattered into powder. Thea was very happy, but looking down at the color of the ring, she was a little depressed. This imitation green light ring was effective, but this place was too far away from the green of all things. Earth was the home of the green of all things, and there were also ordinary planets, but not many. But now they were in space, and the green of all things could not reach here, so the ring ran out of power after a few shots. Let the follow-up troops press on and focus on restraining. Leave the killing to the special bugs. She turned and ordered Kerrigan. Anyway, it was only for one night. In order to deal with the Dark Knight, those bugs only needed to play their role. There was no need to name them. The Zerg Queen began to mobilize the troops in her mind. The giant beetles had suffered heavy losses. The enemy was too small, and they were too big. They could not exert much combat power, and were instead riddled with holes. The task of restraining the enemy was handed over to the Zerg called Hunters. Countless giant nets began to cover the void. The black light ring's unstoppable speed was restrained, and as a trump card, using the Rainbow Bandit's angry emotional cells, combined with the genes of the Earth's lanternfish and the sharp Zerg, the frog-like bugs rushed to the black light rings that were caught in the nets. A faint white light shot out from their mouths, and the black light rings disintegrated and turned into dust. Good, very good. Thea was not stingy with her praise. The Zerg Queen was even more motivated now. She used all her commanding abilities to destroy as many rings as possible. Unfortunately, the emotional energy of the bugs was too thin, and the specially tuned genes could not withstand such squandering. At most, she could only spit out 3 times, and a bug would no longer be able to hold on. Kerrigan could not make bricks without straw. No matter how good her commanding was, it was useless. Get out of the way. Block as many as you can. Thea's words made her sigh in relief. It was good news that they did not have to fight to the death. Getting out of the way, the black light rings did not have any consciousness. Like a black flood, they passed through the sharp Zerg's line of defense and rushed out of Sector 666 mechanically according to the set track. They flew to their designated targets according to the settings. The Zerg kept sniping, but unfortunately, it was not very effective. Thea also kept using various methods to knock down the black light rings. Kerrigan only let out a sigh of relief when all the black light rings disappeared. In the past, the Zerg were all in one wave. It was the first time for her to use such meticulous control. The command went into the Zerg's battleship. The Zerg's strong vitality once again opened Thea's eyes. Many of the giant beetles were beaten until they looked like honeycombs. They were thrown into the nutrient solution and rolled twice, and immediately revived with full health. The specially modified bugs also recovered some of their strength after rolling twice. How many targets are there? Can you calculate it? Thea asked Kerrigan. The Zerg Queen activated the biological computer on the mothership and quickly came up with a number. Almost 3.9 billion black light rings had flown into the universe. The result of their sniping was less than 2 million. Compared to this huge number, it was not even a drop in the ocean. 3.9 billion. Xia was a little speechless. This was not just 3.9 billion pigs. It would create 3.9 billion Black Lantern warriors. Only the most outstanding people in the entire universe would be chosen by the Black Lantern. For example, the Sharp Bug tribe that had died before, the Black Lantern did not even spare them a glance. In theory, the black light rings could use black to materialize, just like the other black light rings. However, because they were all puppets of the Black Death Emperor, controlling 3.9 billion combat units at once was something that even the Black Death Emperor could not do. He could only let the puppets move according to their memories and reduce the amount of control. In other words, those who did not use the black light rings when they were alive would not use them after they died. This was the only good news. Now, what they had to worry about was the main planet of Ura, the graveyard of the Green Lantern Corps' base. Millions of the greatest Green Lanterns were buried there. Once they were turned into black light puppets, even if they could only use half of their strength, it would be enough to make the Guardians suffer. Chapter 825. 3.9 billion Black Lantern warriors. Just think of that scene. It was a universal disaster. Thea ordered the Razorback insectoids to wait for orders near Ura's main planet. Scarface had betrayed her and imprisoned her own kind. Thea did not know the actual situation now, but she estimated that the Guardians or the Green Lantern Corps could hold them off for a while. The Lantern Ring was a true warrior with a host. Otherwise, it was just some metal that could fly. Thousands of Green Lantern rings could hold them off for a few hours. The Razorback insectoids teleported to Ura. She took off her Soul King costume and changed into another one. She wanted to save Zamalon's Purple Lantern Corps, which was the Bluestone Corps. Considering that there would be many battles to come, she cancelled her doppelgangers and went with her original body. Enka's amulet gave her the ability to teleport between life forms. She found the Saint first. Even the Black Lanterns could not get close to Ura's light of hope. The Saint and Qing Nu were waiting for her there. Qing Nu was a little anxious, while the firstborn held his sword and closed his eyes in deep thought. Darkness is coming. Abin Su's arrangements were not in vain. Let the light of the Green Lanterns shine on the universe. Thea looked at the Green Lanterns who were ready to go and said loudly, "Nu!" The Green Lanterns made a very unique call. They notified the Green Lanterns in the universe to gather and help teleport the Yellow Lanterns. The Yellow Lanterns dared to fight and kill, the Green Lanterns replenished health, and the Blue Lanterns replenished mana. Under Thea's control, the three lanterns were getting closer and closer to each other. Thea was going to make Ura her base camp. The strong emotions of Hope and Mogo's killing machine made it an impregnable fortress. She would be very busy tonight. Earth and Ura, she had won at least half of the battle if she defended both. "Where are Ganther and Sed?" she asked the Saint. Ganther seems to have seen the Dark Knight. He went back to Ura to warn the Green Lanterns. Sed went to Okaro to look for the Orange Lanterns. The Saint was still optimistic. Speaking of the Orange Lantern, Thea thought of Lafleetz. In the original timeline, Lafleetz refused to leave Earth and wrote a long piece of paper, claiming that he wanted to ask Santa Claus for a present. Speaking of this bastard, her head was filled with anger. There was no reason for her to be angry. She took 2 deep breaths before she shifted her attention away. "All right, that's all for now." "Interesting. You go ahead and set it up. I'll be right back." Thea then teleported away. Now, the teleportation didn't have any light, so she didn't need to cast any spells. She appeared in an underground building with 2 small boxes behind her and 2 hooded figures standing in front of her. "Did you hide the 2 boxes behind me back then? Old friend, why didn't you come and find me when you returned to the material world? Sinisto, Lisa Draka, it's been a few years. I really miss those days." The tall man took off his hood. It was Sinisto, the first leader of the greatest Green Lantern, the Yellow Lantern. He was still tall and thin, but he looked tired. The short one bowed slightly to her. She was Lisa Draka, who was very sensitive to mysterious auras. Why aren't you speaking? I remember that we aren't enemies. Sinisto kept his mouth shut. Lisa hurriedly bowed. Lord Sinisto was severely injured in the antimaterial universe. His voice? Tisk, it's not a big deal. Thea stretched out her finger, and a white light flashed. Sinisto's eyes were a little surprised as he touched his mouth. All right, I've said it before. We're still friends. Do you want to return to the Yellow Lanterns? Sinisto glanced at her and said with a hoarse voice, I won't wag my tail and beg. You can take my voice away. Another stubborn person. Thea was ready to use her ultimate move. She stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers were as white as jade, like the most precious art in the world. Look at my fingers. I don't need a ring anymore. Then, a yellow cloud appeared in her palm. This is the fear that you're most familiar with. Then it changed. This is the hope of the Blue Lantern. This is the anger of the Red Lantern. This is the pity of the Blue Lantern. Suddenly seeing so many colors, Sinisto was a little dumbfounded. In his impression, the universe only had Green Lanterns and Yellow Lanterns. What was this mess? This world was changing too quickly. We've pulled apart to the extent of heaven and earth. You're no longer a threat to me, Sinisto. Seeing that we're old friends, I'll give you a piece of advice. The great upheaval of the universe has begun. If you want power, you have to give up something. Sinisto looked at Thea in confusion. You want to recruit me? Fight against the Green Lanterns? Thea was full of charlatan aura. Tonight, don't look at me like that. I'm not a primitive person. Of course, I know about the rotation of the stars. When I said tonight, I meant it literally. The entire universe will be covered by darkness regardless of day or night. Unless you hide in the antimaterial universe, you'll definitely be implicated. After saying that, she received another ultra-long-distance transmission. She turned back to look at Sinisto. You won't be able to deal with tonight's disaster alone. It's not just targeting Adia and Earth. Even your Corrigo won't be spared. If you want help, you can come to Odium. The Blue Lanterns, Yellow Lanterns, and Blue Lanterns are all there. After saying that, she left Sinisto to ponder and returned to Odium. Did Planet Zamalon still refuse our help? Sigh, they're so stubborn. Qin Nu gave her a piece of bad news. Queen Zamalon didn't agree to let the 3 lanterns enter her planet. In her opinion, the Purple Lantern Corps could resist any enemy. Love triumphed over everything. Everyone let's go. The Purple Lanterns are also an important force. Save as many as you can. Thea was helpless. A choice at a critical moment could lead to irreversible consequences. The Black Lantern rings were flying too fast. In the time it took for them to go back and forth, the Purple Lantern's main planet might not be saved. She could only do her best and leave it to fate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Blue Lanterns worked together to form a large-scale teleportation array. The 3 lanterns jumped twice and arrived at the periphery of Zamalon. The high-tech planet that was originally covered in love had now become a sea of fire. Hundreds and thousands of Black Lanterns were wreaking havoc nearby. The Purple Lanterns were panicking. They didn't know why their dead sister, the hero, had been resurrected and became their enemy. Are these people worth saving? Sinisto arrived before the main force set off. At this time, he put on his yellow lantern ring again and looked down at the chaotic Zamalon people below. His tone was full of disdain. Their total energy source has been destroyed. The Purple Lanterns of love can't be replenished. Hero, you lead the team to stop those Black Lanterns. Saint, you help him stabilize the front line. Qin Nu, you lead the tribe to save the ordinary people. Thea quickly issued the order. Sinisto's expression was ugly. Akiro, who was originally extremely loyal to him, was now acting as if he didn't see him. If even this confidant of his was like this, one could imagine the other Yellow Lanterns. Chapter 8:26. He didn't want to charge into battle like a follower, but he couldn't just float in the air and watch. Thea threw him a ring. He picked it up and saw that it was a green light ring. What do you mean? This light ring is different. As the greatest Green Lantern, he was more familiar with the green light than his wife. Thea used the green of all things to create a fake ring, and he immediately saw the difference. We don't have much time, so I'll keep it short. Akiro and the others are only there to stop the enemy. The Black Lanterns can't be destroyed by any weapons. The only way to destroy them is to use green light and any other light. You've worn the green light before, so you should be able to control two emotions. Can you do that? Her fake green light had to come into contact with the green of all things to obtain energy, or else it would be a rootless tree. This required the wearer to be on the surface of the planet where they could come into contact with plants, not in space. The members of the three lanterns couldn't accept the green light because they didn't have the emotions. Thea had no choice. It was too rare to see someone wearing two rings at the same time. She asked deliberately. Sinisto wasn't an idiot, but he was used to being arrogant. He was quite proud that he could handle the most difficult task. Of course I can. Without hesitation, he put on the fake green light. He frowned. With a yellow light in his left hand and a green light in his right, he carefully felt the difference between the two. There was no difference in usage, but this origin felt weird. Sinisto went to the front line to snipe the Black Lanterns with the two rings. Thea looked to the other side. The Purple Lantern Army's main energy source had been blown to pieces from the inside. The first generation of Hawkman and Hawkgirl, or the ancient Egyptian prince Khufu and the priest Chayara, had been resurrected. There was a large black light symbol on their chests. The two skeletons stood up from the main energy source. Their withered and stiff flesh grew back, and their muscles and skin returned to how they were when they were alive. However, their bodies that were full of vitality had become lifeless. The Black Lanterns had copied all of their memories. They didn't know that they were the puppets of the Black Death Emperor. They just looked around as they usually did when they were alive. Their eyes shone with the light that belonged to the dead. The group of female warriors guarding around the main energy source were all at a loss. They had been listening to the story of a pair of lovers for thousands of years. Now that the other party stood up again in a strange state, they did not know how to react. The awakened Khufu Chayalas grinned maliciously at each other. Their black wings spread open, and each of them wielded a hammer, attacking the Purple Lanterns without restraint. Are these two fellows really that powerful? When Thea arrived, she saw the two of them chasing after more than 30 Purple Lanterns. This result made her a little surprised. Eagle Hero and Eagle Girl were two weak chickens. No matter how she looked at them, they didn't look like such strong people. Could it be that they were strong in their first life, but the more they reincarnated, the weaker they became? No, she quickly overturned this conclusion. The strong ones were not them, but the weapons in their hands, and metal. This metal greatly increased their strength, speed, and endurance. At the same time, it also came with a bunch of effects such as damage reduction, increased recovery speed, and so on. Thea saw with her own eyes that the purple lamp was bounced off by Chayala's body. The toughness of her body was evident. At the same time, the hammer also had the characteristic of attacking the soul. Once it hit, it would cause a trance for a while. If the Purple Lanterns did not stick together to defend, there would be a lot of casualties. The two's hammers were made of metal. They had various physical attributes and were accompanied by soul attacks. It could be said that it was a weapon that combined both attack and defense. Unfortunately, their success was due to the hammer, and their failure was also due to the hammer. After all, they could not reincarnate with a hammer. This was not a treasure that could be big or small. It was made of pure metal. Which pregnant woman could give birth to a hammer that weighed dozens of kilograms? That would be too scary. That was why their first generation was the strongest. From the second generation onwards, they were weak. This thing is fated with me. Young mistress looked at the hammers in their hands and the wrist guard on Khufu's arm. She silently muttered in her heart. No matter how strong the two were, they were not in her eyes. Her attention was attracted by a huge monster not far away. Purple curled around it. It had a huge skeletal body, a huge head, and a long tail like an alien. The monster's body was faintly discernible. As if it felt Thea's gaze, it suddenly ran. Where do you think you're going? You're the lantern beast plunderer of the purple lamp, right? Come here. For this manifestation of love, she did not use the fire type or wind type spells. Instead, she used the earth type spells that she was not good at. Huge soil tumbled and rolled backward, trapping the plunderer on the spot. At the same time, Khufu and Chayala rushed over. "Leave this to me. You guys go and rescue your people. Also, inform your queen how you dealt with this lantern beast. Send someone to take over." Thea waved her hand and several cyclones wrapped around the two of them. Chayala resisted with all her might. Unfortunately, her strength was still lacking. There was a limit to the strength that metal gave them. However, Khufu was stronger than her. The wrist guard on his arm glowed. With a shake of his arms, the cyclones were broken. He placed the hammer in his left hand and used his right hand to break Chayala's chains. The two of them had already seen Thea. At the same time, they shouted in ancient Egyptian and charged at her. "Scram, weaklings!" Thea formed a palm with her left hand and sent a wall of fire into the air. The two birdmen did not have time to turn around and crashed into it. "I recognize your queen. I'm here to help. If you have time to watch, why don't you go outside and help your people?" She turned around and scolded the purple lamps. The group of purple lamps was at a loss. They had been living peacefully for too long and things had happened too suddenly. The leader of the group seemed to have contacted the outside world. She bowed to Thea and led the way out. While talking to the group of purple lamp guards, Khufu and Chayala rushed out of the flames again. Thea was a bit speechless. Their first generation was indeed quite powerful. Now, the black lamp had given them a bunch of characteristics. First of all, they had no soul. Thea's greatest trump card was crippled. Secondly, they were immune to a bunch of mind control. She could not use emotional shock either. Finally, those debuff spells were also useless in front of the black lamp's terrifying recovery. They were immune to instant death, confusion, petrification, and other abnormal statuses. With powerful immunity, Khufu and Chayala's high attributes, and the two hammers, their combined strength was not weaker than Diana's when she had just left the island. Fortunately, the lantern rings were their weakness. Thea did not plan to fight them head-on. She easily dodged their attacks. Then, with a green light in one hand and a yellow light in the other, she shot out 4 beams of light and turned the two lovers back into bones. Only then did she have the time to tug of war with the lantern beasts. If the yellow lamp parallax was a Chunibyu and the green lamp changer was a lowly, then the purple lamp marauder was a young girl blinded by love. Chapter 8:27. It was too crazy, but its ability was indeed very strong. With such a huge body, Thea almost didn't notice it at first. Love makes one blind, this saying was not false at all. This fellow was the third lantern beast she had seen. Thea had never seen the blue lantern beast. She guessed that it was because there were too few hope emotions in the universe. Furthermore, the hope she gave to the saint came from Earth too, so the blue lantern beast might be squatting in some corner now. A large amount of soil and sand bound the purple lantern beast tightly. Thea couldn't let it escape. Would she chase it all over the universe? She cast 7 or 8 seals consecutively before giving up. He turned his head and used Mage's hand to pick up the 2 metal hammers. He shook them in his hands and struck a pose. They were as dumb as they could get. It was very useful for ordinary people, but it had almost no effect on her. Furthermore, a weapon like a hammer had nothing to do with beauty. She would rather fight empty-handed than use a hammer. She kept it and prepared to study it later. Khufu's gauntlet was actually a divine weapon. Its aura was weak, but Thea was very familiar with it. It was her old friend, Horus. Or rather, it was the remnant of a god's will. After all, Horus's main body gave up his divine position, so it could be said that this remnant of his will had nothing to do with it. She only needed to touch it lightly to erase that remnant of will. However, Thea didn't do so. Horus had helped her a lot. Now that he only had a remnant of will left in the gauntlet, there was no need for her to kill him. As a reserve member of the Endless Clan, the future second sister of death, she still had this bit of tolerance. She lowered her head to study the 2 corpses. Queen Zamalin also rushed over. "Our energy source." When the queen entered and saw the shattered amethyst on the ground, she wailed. Thea knew that she was pretending, but she still played along. The purple lantern's energy source can be restored. The most important thing is the people. As long as they are still around, the energy source will be reignited. She wasn't trying to comfort her. The Green Lantern's energy source in the original space-time had been destroyed and rebuilt many times, but she didn't see the Green Lantern banging its head against the wall in frustration. She estimated that with these amethyst, she could find 40 to 50 purple lanterns, inject energy into the amethyst, purify it, and rebuild it. The Zamalin Queen's acting was slightly exaggerated, and she stopped crying instantly. She ordered her subordinates to take the purple crystal shards away. The lantern beasts on the side also had methods to collect them. Thea directly handed them over to them, but the two corpses on the ground made it a little difficult for her. This was the idol of her own people. Logically speaking, she should take him away. However, when she thought about how Black Lamp could revive them at any time and how such a ticking time bomb was still by her side, she felt a little reluctant to take him away. However, she couldn't say that she would burn him or chop him up. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. Thea wasn't afraid. The hammer had been taken away. Even if they resurrected, they wouldn't be that powerful. There were 9 billion Black Lanterns in the universe. It didn't matter if they had more or less. Let them continue to stay in this land that they love so much. She helped the Queen out of her predicament at the right time. As the leader, the Queen could not give up the totem herself, so she could only let an outsider like her do it. In fact, love my ass. The Zamalin people had been here for less than 3,000 years. In other words, there was nothing here 3,000 years ago. Khufu and Chayala were thrown to this place by the ancient aliens. The two of them could only hug each other to death. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't like this place when they were alive. Most likely, before they died, they yelled something like, "Damn, the heavens will die a horrible death." However, no one cared about what Thea said. The two piles of corpses didn't jump up to refute her. A bunch of the Queen's guards even showed an expression of acceptance. Thea and the Queen threw away the corpses with a look of disgust and left the palace with a pile of crystal shards. The princess took 2 of the best crystal shards and put them in her pocket. She wanted to study the feelings of love in the future. The Queen tacitly pretended not to see anything. The battle outside was still intense. The population of Zamalin wasn't large, only a little over 1 million. After all, love was too extreme. There were only a few who could maintain love even in death. There were only a few dozen members of the Purple Lanterns, but they also maintained the custom of burial. When the Black Lanterns came, they directly pulled up hundreds of former Purple Lanterns and turned them into Black Lanterns. They all knew how to use manifestation, and there were so many of them that the Purple Lanterns were defeated in the first place. Seeing their acquaintances, relatives, and elders standing in front of them again, talking about the happy times of the past, the Purple Lanterns, who were already very emotional, were not alert at all. Even when the Black Lanterns revealed their true colors, they still didn't realize that their end was coming. In just one wave of attack, more than 20 Purple Lanterns were killed. These 20 were resurrected by the Black Lanterns and joined the battle. At the same time, the Purple Lantern's total energy was destroyed by Khufu Chayala, who was resurrected from the inside. They couldn't replenish their energy, and the situation could be said to be extremely urgent. Fortunately, the 3 Lanterns coalition arrived in time and replaced the Purple Lanterns, barely holding the line. When Thea flew out, she saw Sinisto killing everywhere. He was the only one who had the willpower and skill to wear 2 lantern rings. The others couldn't. The firstborn had the qualifications, but he had little research on the use of the lantern rings. Compared to the lantern rings, he preferred his own great sword. Now he was like a firefighter, relying on his strong physical fitness to constantly support the various battlefronts. Pa! Thea saw a Black Lantern ring fly by in front of her and hurriedly wrapped the ring with a huge amount of magic. Flesh and blood, from Tnar of Zamalin, connection failed. Flesh and blood, from Tnar of Zamalin, connection failed. The ring was very mechanical, and it kept repeating some information. Thea listened patiently. When the ring repeated it for the 3rd time, it finally said the information she was interested in. Energy value 1. 15%. She sighed. It had actually been less than half an hour since the insect sniper ring. The rings had already begun to provide energy to the Black Death Emperor. When the energy reached 100%, the Emperor of the Realm of Death would enter the universe. This speed would become extremely fast as more and more people died. She didn't have much time. Only by gathering the 7 lanterns could the battle be maintained. Qing knew, start the teleportation in batches. We don't want to waste our energy here. Sinisto, this is not a stage for you to show off. Can't you tell which side is in danger? Those meaningless targets, what a waste of green light. Saint, go to the front line and help Sinisto replenish the lantern ring's energy. The women and children are taken care of by their people. Don't make trouble. Qing Nu really didn't have the ability to see the big picture. Sinisto seemed to be playing, beating the black lanterns, but Thea could see that wearing 2 lantern rings of different colors at the same time consumed a lot of his mental power. He was just holding on. Not to mention the saint, who would help a child when they fell. Did he have time to worry about such trivial things in the chaos of war? Chapter 8:28. After teaching her subordinates a lesson, she personally joined the battle and finally managed to mobilize the cooperation of the 3 lanterns. Although the Black Lantern's attacks were still fierce, they could only retreat in the face of all kinds of powerful magic. On the other side, Qing Nu began to teleport in batches. Each Green Lantern could take away tens of thousands of people. Shrink the defense line. Thea raised her hand and a huge fire tornado swept up a bunch of Black Lanterns. Not to mention the lethality, it would take at least a few minutes for them to escape. They retreated as they fought. When the last batch of civilians was evacuated, they left the planet and returned to Odium. As the host, the Holy Walker promoted his "everything will be fine" theory while taking Queen Zamalin to settle her people. Thea received all kinds of information remotely. The Black Lantern rings were getting closer and closer to Earth. After thinking about it, she left a clone and used the Anka talisman to teleport back to Earth. Entering the Justice League Hall, she immediately sounded the highest level alarm. Superman was the first to arrive, followed by Diana, the 3 speedsters of the Lightning family, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart Allen, the Martian Manhunter, Supergirl, and Green Lantern John Stewart. They rushed over without any preparation. Diana was wearing casual clothes, Superman was unshaven, and there was a lipstick mark on Barry's face. Wally gave him a few looks before he wiped it off. What happened? Diana was shocked. The Justice League's highest-level alarm was set up for superheroes all over the world. It was not limited to the League. This setting was secretly done by Bruce Wayne. They only discovered this function after Dick took over. There's a huge disaster in the universe that will affect Earth soon. We only have a few minutes, Thea replied. The Green Lantern will solve all problems. Before John Stewart could finish, he was interrupted by Thea. Idiot, your main planet Odium is surrounded. Don't you know that? Thea casually scolded this idiot. Then she picked up the phone and called the secretary. After all, not all heroes could fly. Even if some could, they couldn't fly fast. They were thousands of miles away. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. Quinn Group employees all over the world could inform them to participate in this large-scale video conference with the help of the local network. Princess Starfire, Starchaser, Raven, the younger version of the Golden Vanguard, Green Lantern Guy Gardner, Blue Beetle, Animal Man, Atom Man, Shockwave, Fiora, Electric Lady, Firestorm, Battle Eagle, and White Dove entered the venue one after another. Thea's eyes narrowed as she looked at Warhawk and White Dove. These 2 tall men had absorbed the fate that she had given up. For example, Warhawk, who was already violent to begin with, had become even more violent, like a red light. For example, the White Dove was even more holy than the angel Zoriel. In Thea's eyes, he was even more holy than the angel. It could be said that their fates had reached a new fork in the road, and it was hard to predict whether it was a blessing or a curse. She hardened her heart. She had to give up those things, move forward lightly, and never look back. She used a faint layer of soul power to isolate the breath inside and outside. Warhawk and White Dove, who were originally a little restless, felt slightly uncomfortable but soon returned to normal. They thought that they were nervous because of seeing so many superheroes. As for the few mages from the magic school, Sia ordered them to stay put. Black Lanterns could not enter the new world, and magic was also not very useful to Black Lanterns. The young lady knew very well that there was really no need to sacrifice the fragile mages here. She looked at her watch. Less than a minute had passed. She knew many heroes, but she didn't know most of them. They gathered in twos and threes, watching Thea make a call. She looked at the big screen. Some heroes who couldn't fly, such as the new Batman, the Green Arrow, and some leaders of countries were online. Everyone was waiting for her to speak. Everyone, time is tight. What I want to say is that an hour ago, countless black rings appeared in the depths of the universe. She paused, waiting for everyone to digest the news. Several heroes with sharp minds looked at the Green Lanterns, Guy Gardner and Jon Stewart, who were present. It's similar to what you guessed. This time it's Black Lanterns, Black Lantern rings. As for the number, a conservative estimate is 9 billion. Impossible. How can it be? Everyone exclaimed. The leaders of several countries online were even more shocked. Except for Moira, who knew some information from Thea, all the leaders looked as if their parents had died. Previously, there were 2 Green Lanterns on Earth. They began to think about how to get the rings. After all, they knew that with the rings, they had abilities. Now, there was no need to grab them. 9 billion rings came all of a sudden. The 2 of them only had 1 lantern ring. How happy? Happy my ass. According to their narrow vision, this must be a conspiracy against Earth. If Thea could read minds through the network, she would definitely tell them, "Congratulations, you guessed right." The truth was really against Earth. At the thought of 9 billion people like the Green Lanterns appearing all of a sudden, the leaders, including the heroes, were dumbfounded. A member of the International Justice League, Guy Gardner, who had the temperament of a veteran, looked at Jon Stewart with his mouth agape. They had tried to contact War before, but they did not receive any communication signal. What abilities do they have? Have you fought with them? Now, the only person who could ask this question was his family member, Diana. It's another kind of resurrection of the dead. They can choose the corpses of the most elite warriors in the universe and reinstill their memories, turning them into Black Lantern warriors with abilities from when they were alive, Thea replied. The 2 Green Lanterns looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Jon Stewart asked Thea, "Can they use materialization abilities too? Otherwise, what force do you think can prevent War from transmitting any information? I know about your martyrs' cemetery. Now, I'm afraid, I don't believe it." Jon Stewart could not accept the current situation. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Stewart's colleague, what she said is true. The fall of War is only a matter of time. 2 figures, one big and one small, flew in. The heroes greeted Hal Jordan. The husky was quite popular, but he was extremely tired at the moment. He only nodded at them as a greeting. Thea was a little confused. She looked at the small man beside him and asked, "Gone? I went to Odium to look for you. What's this symbol on your chest? You joined the Green Lantern Corps?" "I gave up my identity as a guardian. Now, I want to be a part of the universe and participate in the war as a Green Lantern," the small man, Gonda, said solemnly. Thea expressed her admiration. The Guardians saw the Green Lanterns as tools. Gonda was able to abandon his comrades and all his inherent beliefs to fight side by side with the so-called bumpkins. He was an amazing person. After a few seconds of silence, she threw out a time stop and prepared to talk to Gonda alone. The small blue man, Gonda, looked at the different flow of time around him. His old face was expressionless. "It seems that you know about that existence on Earth? Is that why you came back here to defend it?" "Spirit of existence. You don't have to test me. I know of its existence. It's the materialization of the first beam of light in this world." Chapter 829. Gonda was relieved. "So you do know about the spirits of existence. Then you must know that their target is Earth, right?" It was a question, but he was sure that Thea knew. Of course she knew. She even wanted to blaspheme the Black Death Emperor. Both the universe and Earth need the power of the green light. Thea showed him the battle on Zamran. No matter how the yellow light, blue light, and green light fought, the black light would recover instantly. Only when the green light and any other light were mixed together would the black light be destroyed. Is this the power of the green light? Ganda ignored Sinisto in the image and showed no interest in the green light ring on his hand. However, he showed some interest in the battle between Qin Nu and the others. The green light could temporarily change its color. In other words, it could borrow any light spectrum from the 7 lights and emit it. However, Thea created a fake green light. If she changed it and lent it out, it would be even more fake. On average, it would take 3 or 4 green lights to destroy a black light. Just as they were about to say something, they heard a crack, and the time stop effect was broken. Thea was a little surprised. Her control of time had reached a very high level. She could sense that the attack was not targeted at her, but more like some kind of collateral effect. She felt it with her heart and said in disbelief, "Our world has been pierced through." Who did this? The heroes were dumbfounded. Can you say something we can understand? A cutting-edge technology laboratory. Zephyr Sisko seemed to have received some kind of warning. His expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and opened a portal. He jumped through it. The few speedsters who were also worried about their home also followed. Thea shouted to stop everyone's restlessness. The Lightning Squad's ability is trustworthy. They will send back more information. She looked at her watch again. In less than 3 minutes, the first wave of black light rings will descend on Earth. Leaders of all countries and heroes of the world, the ones who will stand up again will be our family, friends, and lovers. But I want to say that it is only their bodies and their memories that have been copied. The people you remember are not in front of you. No attack can destroy the Black Lantern ring. At present, the only way we have found to deal with it is the green light of the Green Lantern Man and any one of the lights in the Lantern Ring core, so the 3 Green Lanterns on the field are the main force. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, and John Stewart felt a lot of pressure, but they stood up bravely. I can help. I'm also a green light now. Gantz raised the ring on his finger. Thea couldn't care less about the people around her. Is your former Guardian colleague still on the main planet of Ura? A few thousand Green Lanterns won't be able to withstand 1,000,000 Black Lanterns. What O needs now is a Guardian, not a Green Lantern. Do you understand what I mean? But I can't go back. Europe has been surrounded. I'll teleport you back and leave your ring behind. This way, OUA's Guardian can cooperate with the rest of the lanterns to keep the green light as much as possible. Gantz had an imperceptible smile on his face. I've only been a Green Lantern for half a day, and this is the result. Fate has made me go back to my old path. He took off the ring and changed back into his little blue man costume. The ring rose into the sky. Thea teleported Gantz away and passed the news here to her clone on the distant alien planet. Gantz's ring flew quickly and came back quickly. A young man was directly pulled back by the ring. Suddenly seeing a room full of heroes, the young man was a little confused. How? Tell him what to do next. Considering the feud between the Green Lanterns and the Yellow Lanterns, and the lack of Blue Lanterns, Thea summoned 4 Green Lanterns to cooperate with them. The 2 lights together can destroy the Black Lanterns, and the teleportation of the Green Lanterns can also make them act as firefighters. Finally, I want to say that no matter who the Black Lantern resurrects, it will not be the person you know. Your loved ones have fallen into eternal sleep, and now it's only their remains that have been awakened. Thea had to repeatedly emphasize this point. The heroes were a group of sentimental people. They didn't show any of their abilities, and many of them were foolishly killed by the Black Lanterns in the original time and space. Boom. As if to let the heroes see with their own eyes what the darkest night was, there was a loud noise as soon as she finished her sentence. It seemed that something had landed in the city. Several heroes with supervision looked over. The man was wearing a black suit of armor that was filled with the charm of technology. He had a robust face. He landed in the city center and flew at an extremely high speed. Due to the impact of the impact, web-like cracks appeared on the ground where he landed. The cracks extended for thousands of meters, ignoring the ordinary people. The man sensed their gazes and looked over. Thea pursed her lips slightly and turned to look at the Kryptonians. I'll deal with him. Fiora flew out with a cold face. Superman's face was pale. He tried to rush out a few times, but he stopped himself several times. Who is it? Diana didn't have X-ray vision, so she asked in a low voice. "It's General Zod." Thea was also a little angry. The butterfly effect was a little too strong. The first thing they did was to give her a big surprise. When they buried General Zod's body in the Kryptonian debris, they didn't expect him to be the first to fly back. Fortunately, the Kryptonian exploded into pieces, and not a single body was left. If hundreds of thousands of Kryptonians jumped out at once, Earth wouldn't be able to defend itself. Thea took a few more glances. Fiora, who was shocked and angry, flew out at the fastest speed, grabbed Zod, and rushed to the suburbs. Zod's body was dead, and the Black Lantern could only return to the state he was in before he died. Fiora, who had been on Earth for many years, was now able to suppress her former boss. She signaled Superman with her eyes to not act rashly. Hal Jordan and the other two Green Lanterns explained the various ways to use the lantern ring to the newcomer. Kyle Rayner was the name of the newcomer. He got the ring made by Ganser. Although he was dizzy, he was still learning hard, even though he was sleeping at home 2 minutes ago. Thea looked at him playfully. This artistic superhero, the future holder of the 7 lanterns, the White Lantern Kyle Rayner, could control the 7 emotions with a mortal body. He was simply a destined protagonist. Sinisto was amazing, and his life experience was rich. He had been through ups and downs several times, but even so, he could only control 2 emotions at the same time. Kyle Rayner was like Duan Yu in the Sky Dragon Temple. Others could only use the One Yang finger, and only those with profound skills could use it at the same time. Kyle Rayner, on the other hand, had achieved 6 meridians inexplicably. The young lady had only mastered 4 emotions after all her planning. She wasn't immortal, nor was she an immortal like the little blue man. She was a god of a higher level, and among the gods she was one of the top few. She didn't dare to say that she could control the 7 emotions freely. An ordinary person could achieve so much in the future. This must be fate's arrangement. Compared to Kyle Rayner, Hal Jordan was like a rampaging bull. Chapter 830. She smiled playfully. Kyle Rayner was not as dazzling in this time and space. She only needed to wear 3 rings to master the 4 emotions. It was not difficult for her. She retracted her gaze and looked at the universe. In less than 30 seconds, her voice spread throughout the hall and every corner of the world that could receive the signal. "They're here." The heroes used their powers and flew out of the hall. They saw that the bright mirror-like night sky was tainted by a layer of black ink. Countless spots connected into a black fog and occupied their entire vision. The huge group of rings seemed to have seen the heroes and flew all over the sky as if mocking them. They paused for a moment and then scattered to find their respective hosts. Even though Thea said that normal attacks were ineffective against the rings, they still used their own means to attack. Superman Supergirl's heat ray, Firestorm's flame impact, Starchaser's staff, everyone attacked. Unfortunately, neither the Kryptonian's superpower nor Firestorm's atomic recombination could do anything to the black light rings. Only the 4 Green Lanterns cooperated with Green Lantern and knocked down a few rings. Diana believed every word her lover said. She did not attack. Thea did not attack either. As long as the superheroes on Earth were mentally prepared, they could deal with the crisis. She needed to accumulate strength and gather the 7 emotions to become a white light to deal with the Black Death King. She reached out and grabbed a light ring that flew in front of her. The mechanical sound inside was still so harsh, like an old broken machine. After several failed attempts to break free from the ring, the sound from the inside finally came intermittently. "Flesh and blood, Earth's Solomon Grundy has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's Boston Brand has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's John Grayson and Mary Grayson have awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's Maxwell Lloyd has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's Ted Court has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's Robert Quinn has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's George Harkness has awakened. Flesh and blood, Earth's has awakened." Thea quickly read all kinds of information from the ring. She was a little annoyed as she destroyed the ring with one hand and a yellow light. All his acquaintances had been resurrected. He wasn't some hermit expert, so naturally, his relatives were among them. Old Robert Quinn had been resurrected. The Black Death, the arch behind the scenes, seemed to be mocking all the resistance. The priority of resurrection was the hero's relatives. For example, Dick Grayson's parents were completely side characters, yet they had been resurrected. Superman's adoptive father, the Sea King's biological father, and the aunts and uncles of the various heroes were all pulled up again. The only bright spot was that Barry's mother did not come back to life. It was unknown whether or not it was because of the power of speed. Casualties were inevitable tonight. The governments of various countries were mobilizing their armies to attack these resurrected people. However, their weapons could not cause much damage. 3 of the Heaven's Eye Society's bases were breached. Captain Boomerang, Rick Flag, and the Charm Witches, who had come back from the dead, attacked at the same time. Together with the many prisoners on death row who had been secretly dealt with, their numbers snowballed. In the end, Katana, Death Shooter, Dr. Light, and a few other second-rate heroes and villains covered Amanda and Lara retreated. Killer Croc, who fell behind, was killed directly and revived as a Black Lantern warrior. Gotham was also hit hard. Many of the dead returned to the streets, venting their fear and destruction. As Batman's successor, Dick Grayson and the Raptor Squad were under a lot of pressure. Stubborn as he was unwilling to ask for help from the Alliance. However, Thea estimated that it was only a matter of time. Thea, we're in big trouble here," Barry said in the communication channel. Thea nodded and gestured for him to continue. "Those little blue-skinned people seem to have opened up a passage to Earth 2. I saw it with my own eyes just now. A large number of rings flew in like a flood." Thea was a little shocked. Was this going to escalate from a single-universe disaster to a multi-universe disaster? No, she calmed down and thought about it. This was impossible. There were definitely people who could open up a passage to the multi-universe, but it was definitely not those little blue people. Moreover, they were now being controlled by Scarface. They could not even use 20% of their strength. "Superman, Diana, let's go to Central City. I'm afraid there's big trouble there." The few of them did not know what was going on, but they followed her through the teleportation. Supergirl wanted to go as well, but Thea sent her back to Nathaniel City. Her sister Alex and Lena needed help. The originally orderly state-of-the-art laboratory was now like a ruin. A huge crater flattened the buildings on the ground. Countless broken pieces of equipment were scattered around, indicating that this used to be a high-tech research facility. Are those the Guardians? Diana was fully armed as she looked at the little blue people in the air. The little blue people did not look good. Each of them looked ferocious, as if they wanted to eat people. 8 black chains robbed them of their will. They were currently fighting with a few extremely fast people. Meanwhile, the other end of the chains was in the hands of a female guardian. The one in the middle with the scar on her face is the main culprit. The chains in her hands seem to be controlling the other 8, Thea explained. Thea was surprised that the other party could use the realm gap here to open up a passage between the 2 worlds. Back on Earth 2, she had fought with Darkseid, and the remnant energy had broken through the realm barrier. After that, she patched it up and thought that it was fine. She did not expect the other party to use this point to create so many variables for no reason. "You're courting death." Thea looked coldly at Scarface. The short guardian did not say anything and controlled the chains. The 8 guardians were like 8 vicious dogs, and the energy bullets in their hands shot toward her. "I'll stop them. You go seal the realm barrier." Diana raised her cloak and flew up. She blocked and slashed as she fought with the 8 vicious dogs. The Valkyrie's decision was not wrong. Only Thea was good at sealing the 2 worlds. After telling her lover to be careful, she went down to the ground. After this inspection, she was also dumbfounded. Maybe it was just a gap in the past. A few people could run through it, but large machines could not pass through. Now that they had violently destroyed it, the gap had become a big hole at least 10 meters high and more than 50 meters wide. It could not be sealed in a short time. "Hi, Dr. Quinn, long time no see." Just as she was thinking carefully, a red lightning ran out from the other side. It was an old acquaintance, Albert Swan, Reverse Lightning, who died in the hands of Extreme Lightning. Thea raised her hand and cast Ice Ring. The last thing she wanted to see now was the Black Lantern Extreme Lightning. It was very fast and immune to a lot of control, which made her, a magic god, very uncomfortable. She put on the double lantern ring again. She wanted to end this guy first. The green light in her left hand hit reverse lightning, but as soon as she raised her right hand, it was entangled by a golden lasso and pulled in the opposite direction. Truth lasso? Thea's mood finally fluctuated. These people's unscrupulous practice of resurrecting the dead was really disgusting. Slightly hindered by the lasso, reverse lightning smoothly escaped, ran quickly, and threw a lightning arrow at her. At the same time, the owner of the lasso also pulled her to the other side. My strength is poor, but it's not to this extent. How dare a few puppets look down on me? She grabbed the lasso and pulled out the enemy hiding in the dark. She didn't even look at the enemy and punched her. With shoulder-length hair, an eagle breastplate, a battle skirt, a shield on her back, and a short sword at her waist, the one she hit was Wonder Woman, who came to Earth 2 and was killed by the Wasteland Wolf. Chapter 8:31. Thea sent the imposter flying with one punch. That's right, this guy was an imposter in her heart. She then dispersed reverse lightning's lightning. Her heart felt heavy. She thought that if Wonder Woman was resurrected, then the dead on Earth 2 would have to stand up as well. Sure enough, a strong wind blew past, and a tall and strong figure rushed out from the other side of the passage. His face was covered in black gas, and there was an S mark on his chest and a large cape. The other party caught Wonder Woman in the air, twisted his waist, and punched her in the face without stopping. You're no match for him either. Go away. Using the same posture, she sent the imitation Superman flying with another punch. However, this time, she used all her strength. She was a magical deity, yet she had been reduced to punching a bunch of muscular men every day. What a tragedy! Then am I a match for him? A sharp arrow shot from behind. Thea caught it with her hand and crushed it into powder. You're a weakling. The woman in front of her was wearing a red leather jacket, carrying a quiver of arrows, and holding a composite bow. Two sharp arrows were placed on the bowstring and aimed at her from afar. This made her unable to suppress her anger. This is too much. Black Lantern resurrected Thea Quinn from Earth 2. Then a bunch of people jumped out. There was Batman, Oliver, Malcolm, Tommy, and Moira. What if King Bastard? Thea hated this Black Lantern more and more. Whether he did it intentionally or not, this was a big problem. I'll deal with him, Barry said, and began to provoke his old acquaintance, Reverse Lightning. At the same time, Superman also took on Black Lantern Superman, and the two of them began to fight. Whether it was Barry or Superman, they were stronger than their opponents at this time. However, their opponents could resurrect endlessly and could not be killed. This was annoying. Once the battle was prolonged, they would definitely not be a match for Black Lantern, who had eternal energy. Thea did not hesitate anymore. She asked Caitlin to cooperate with her to use speed-limiting means. She took 2 light rings and cleaned up the crowd. But why are you doing so well? How am I inferior to you? Am I not you? Black Lantern Thea had been shooting arrows from the periphery. The power of the Black Lantern was distributed among the 9 billion rings, and the various functions were reduced in a straight line. However, it was still a lantern ring, and it still had the ability to fly. Coupled with her martial arts skills when she was alive, she could be considered to be quite skilled. You're inferior to me in every way. You're just a mortal. In the past, Thea would not talk about gods and mortals, because she knew that compared to the big boss was the god, and she was just a slightly bigger ant. But today, she felt that if she didn't refute, she wouldn't be able to sleep at home. She grabbed Black Lamp Oliver's arm. The stench of the corpse made her dizzy, and she stepped on this guy's neck. Earth 2's Oliver had died in a shipwreck. He hadn't been able to reach his potential, and he could be said to be a typical example of a good-for-nothing. She extinguished it effortlessly, and with 2 flashes of light, Black Lamp Oliver was turned into a pile of dried bones. On the other side, Black Lamp Malcolm and Black Lamp Batman still retained their fighting wisdom from when they were alive. They bypassed Thea and sneaked up on Caitlin and Psyker respectively. Fortunately, they were stopped by Bart Allen and Wally West. Thea pointed at them separately. You're just shells. I'm not your family, and you have nothing to do with me." She turned to Thea and said, "Do you want to see the difference between gods and mortals? I'll let you see the gap that you can never cross." She stretched her palms, and countless fragments of light appeared between her fingers. A small ball of extremely hot energy was created out of thin air. Thea's eyes were extremely focused, and her lips were softly chanting. This legendary spell was called Yamen Eider's Eternal Blaze, which she had accidentally discovered in Hell. The spell would compress magic to create a miniature sun, which was a super weapon against the traditional army of the dead. It was hard to say whether it could kill the black lamps, but it would definitely cause damage to their rotten bodies. Thea was familiar with the Ring of Lights and with death. She knew that death was not endless. Everything had an end, and at least the Black Death had an end. The black lamps could recover their bodies, but how many times could they recover? Once? 10 times? 100 times? This energy would not appear out of thin air. In other words, every bit of death consumed here actually came from the Black Death. It was just that the total amount was so huge that it could not be seen at all. Thea's idea was to fight a war of attrition. If you have the ability, you can keep wasting time with me. At first, it emitted a faint light, and then it became brighter and brighter. Even her skin felt unbearably hot. The surrounding light was affected by the high temperature and was a little distorted. Thea pushed the ball of energy into the sky with both hands. At first, the black lamps only felt that the light around them became stronger, and they felt a little uncomfortable in their dim vision. But as time went on, the black lamps flying in the sky felt that they were affected. Black Lantern Superman was no match for Clark to begin with. After exchanging a dozen blows, he was beaten to a pulp. Superman, on the other hand, was getting braver and braver as he fought. Facing this imposter, he had a rare outburst of temper. With a boom, he punched his opponent's chest. The Black Lamp Superman retreated and prepared to dodge the punch. But suddenly, his speed dropped a lot. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was hit by the punch. Struggling out of the soil, he looked at his hands in confusion. The originally black and gray muscles were now smoking. He reached out and clenched his fist. He did not expect that one of his fingers would fall off. He looked around numbly. The Black Lamp Diana and the Black Lamp Reverse Lightning were all affected. As for the black lamps that were transformed from ordinary people, some of them staggered, and some of them had already collapsed to the ground. A large amount of black muscles were melted by the sun. The black lamp rings hurriedly repaired them. Unfortunately, they were in the area of strong light. The flesh that was forcibly restored could not withstand this kind of exposure. As soon as the flesh was restored, it was turned into black smoke in the blink of an eye. The black lamp rings fell into a vicious circle. Their program was rigid and mechanical, and they had a bit of service-oriented spirit. As long as the host was still there, they would continue to repair. Melt, repair, melt again, and repair again. The direct effect was that the combat power of the black lamps fluctuated. After all, their combat power was greatly limited by their bodies. Without a body, they were just bones. Even the Superman could not exert much power. Superman and the Flash had the upper hand at the same time. The Black Lamp Superman could still rely on himself to hold on. Reverse Lightning could not do it. With his left foot, his pace was steady. When his right foot stepped out, the flesh of his forefoot turned into black smoke. He could not run at all. At the critical moment, the Black Lamp Diana kept attacking the civilians around her, causing the Flash to come to her rescue. Only then did the crisis of Reverse Lightning be resolved. It wasn't just them. Scarface, who was like a dog leashed, was also affected. The strong light shone on his body and made a light sizzling sound. The colors of the 8 black chains were changing rapidly. 2 of them were even slightly damaged. The 8 mad dogs that were attacking Diana in a frenzy began to slow down. Their dull eyes also showed some signs of recovery. Chapter 8:32. Scarface had never seen such a legendary spell before. She was very decisive. 4 guardians continued to attack Diana while the other 4 turned around and tried to destroy the miniature sun created by Thea. Unfortunately, the guardians did not understand the principles of magic. She was still using the traditional method, which was to bombard the sun with energy. She had seen Angel Zorier before. According to his aura, Thea's spell was even more powerful than the original version. Through the magic channel, it was the positive energy from heaven. The Black Death Monarch could ignore this energy, but his soldiers could not. The energy bombs launched by the four guardians did not destroy the miniature sun. Instead, they seemed to be trying to put out the fire. The miniature sun did not shrink. Instead, it grew bigger. After the four guardians were sent away, Diana's pressure was greatly reduced. She raised the shield with her left hand and smashed it at the nearest blue man. These guys were not good people. She had heard from Thea a long time ago that these guys were not good people. She did not feel guilty at all. Pa! With a crisp sound, the thick shield made close contact with the blue man's old face. The force was so great that the face of the so-called immortal blue man was smashed out of shape. She raised the long sword in her right hand and wanted to chop off the enemy's head. Suddenly, she remembered that this guy was still alive. If she were to chop him to death, she would definitely be pulled up by the black lamp in an instant. Diana cursed her bad luck and turned her wrist into a cut to cut the chain behind him. With the power of thousands of pounds, the sword ignited with a raging fire. The real fire god's sword slashed at the chain. It was just a chain made of energy. It could not block Diana's long-prepared attack at all. The chain was cut off. The guardian whose face was smashed out of shape instantly regained his senses. There were still benefits to being deprived of emotions. He glanced at Diana expressionlessly and then turned back to look at his former colleague, Scarface. He realized that things were not going well. They could not destroy the miniature sun, but they had lost one of their guardians. Scarface, the female guardian who had been bewitched by the Black Death Monarch, made a prompt decision. She raised her hand and gathered the strength of the seven to defeat Diana. She then teleported away with her former colleague and now her new pet. After releasing the legendary spell, Thea was a little tired. She was a little slow in sealing the space. Seeing that Scarface was about to escape, she happily chose to go easy on him. After all, without Scarface, an Earthling would not be able to summon the Black Death Emperor by relying on Black Hand. The temporary commander had been chased away, and the remaining Black Lanterns were still rushing out from the other side of the passage. The situation had not changed much. Diana felt a lot of emotions as she faced the blacklit version of herself. Eagle armor, battle skirt, boots, silver bracelet of protection, lasso of truth. In the Black Lantern version, she only knew how to wield her sword blindly. There was no creed, no goal. She was lost and hesitant. Now that her soul had disappeared, only her body was pulled up by the Black Lantern. The Diana of this world? Wonder Woman? Today you will die here too. A sinister smile appeared on the withered face of the Black Lantern Wonder Woman. The spiritual light in her eyes was sizing up Diana as if she was looking at a toy. I've spoken to your soul before. You're just a copy of the original's memories. You're not her. You're just a puppet. She was a new deity, and the other party was just a puppet. There was a huge gap between their strength and speed. After hanging out with Thea for so many years, she was no longer limited to Greek martial arts. It could be said that she crushed the Earth's second version of Wonder Woman in all aspects. Diana raised her eyebrows and kicked the other party's shield away. She waved the long sword in her right hand and cut off one of the Black Lantern's arms. Under the strong light, the Black Lantern's recovery speed was greatly delayed. Diana's lasso of truth was tied up on her body. Even though she was a puppet, Diana still wanted to save her. The Valkyrie roared, "Speak under the lasso of truth. For you." The Black Lantern Wonder Woman struggled violently, but it was useless under Diana's power. As the new deity poured her divine power into the lasso of truth, a force of rules firmly held her body. The Black Lantern struggled violently. Diana didn't know why the other party still had energy left. In the past, she would be subdued if she was caught by the lasso. This Black Lantern was the first one who could still resist. She didn't have time to think. The perseverance in her personality won out. She returned the favor. The originally golden lasso turned silver-white under the infusion of divine power. Diana's hair fluttered. Divine power surged all over her body. She used all her strength. On the other side, Thea hurriedly repelled a few small fries and teleported to her side to protect her. Her gaze was distant and deep. She was worried. Diana was too impatient. She actually used the Black Lantern to cross dimensions and fight the Black Death Emperor directly. Diana was one of the best on Earth, but she was nothing in front of the Black Death Emperor. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 seconds. The silver-white lasso showed signs of turning from white to black. If it wasn't for the Perseverance divine position, she would have been defeated directly. Golden sweat flowed down her neck. Diana held the lasso with both hands. She was barely holding on. It seemed like she was questioning the Black Lantern Diana, but she was actually asking the Black Death Emperor. This involved a huge amount of rules. Thea was anxious. She couldn't help much in this kind of battle. No matter how close they were, the attributes of their divine power were completely different. It was impossible for them to continuously transfer their internal energy to each other just by patting on the back like in Wuxia novels. Their attributes were different, and they had nothing in common. The Heavenly Father's divine power of justice might be able to help Diana repel the Black Death Emperor, but Thea definitely couldn't do that. Thea suddenly had an idea when she saw the citizens running for their lives with saxes on their backs. She took out a flute, which was also a specialty of hell. It was left behind by a demon lord who didn't do proper work and was quite artistic. The main material was 12 dragon bones, which were polished and bored. When she played the flute, it carried the heat and decadence of hell. Thea, as the god of art and art, had maxed out all her skills. She thought about it and decided that she couldn't play funeral music to help Diana. Although her sole divine position could enhance these songs, she estimated that the Black Death Emperor's enhancement would be even greater. Songs full of positive energy were also not suitable. First of all, this flute came from hell, so it naturally didn't match those high and mighty tunes. Besides, strengthening Diana wouldn't help. From 100 to 150, she still couldn't defeat the Black Death Emperor. Fortunately, she had pondered for a long time about how to deal with the Black Death Emperor. She had all kinds of ideas, but her principle was still the same. Since she couldn't beat him in terms of realm and understanding, she would blaspheme him. It was hard to learn good things, but easy to learn bad things. The purity that had been maintained for 10,000 years could be destroyed in a few minutes. She would mix sand into his purity and pull him to the same level as Thea. Then she would defeat him with her rich experience. Her red lips gently brushed past the flute, and the corners of her mouth drew a beautiful arc. Decadent, ethereal music slowly and powerlessly sounded from the specially made flute of hell. Chapter 8:33. She's like the setting sun. Think more, who knows how to appreciate? Come on, be merry, there's plenty of time. Come on, love, there's plenty of foolishness. Come on, wander, there's plenty of direction. Come on, create, there's plenty of glory, wandering back and forth, falling in love with dreams. The more I panicked, the more I itched, the more I scratched. She had used her soul power to support her divine position and the hell flute to play the song. The echoes lingered in the air and the aftertaste was endless. The unfinished meaning of the song caused people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. With her divine power playing, mortals wouldn't be able to hear her song. They would only feel their body heat up. Just like Superman, he attributed his inexplicable excitement to being under the sun too much. Diana, on the other hand, wasn't afraid. She was an experienced driver who didn't care about anything. The two of them had interacted for so many years, so what hadn't they done? Singing a little song? That's nothing, it's just a drizzle. On the other hand, the Black Death Emperor was different. He wasn't even a newbie, so he expressed that he had never heard of such a thing before. The shock that struck his soul caused his emotions to fluctuate for the first time. Even though it was very weak and inconspicuous, ripples still appeared in his tranquil state. The confusion that lingered in his heart made him recognize something other than death for the first time. Born before life, the Black Death Emperor was the embodiment of life and death. He had seen the birth and death of countless lives. Now that he heard Thea's soul-stirring decadent music, he felt a tinge of jealousy towards mortals for the first time. Those mortals with souls might be able to feel more emotions. Milady's gaze pierced through countless dimensions and looked directly at the Black Death Emperor's lifeless and confused gaze. "Grandson, open your eyes wide and watch how the divine art god defeats you." The Black Death Emperor was still expressionless. However, his simple and direct mission of returning everything to death was covered by a thin veil. On the other hand, Diana's control over the Black Lantern instantly weakened to the extreme. At the same time, Diana began to exert her strength. Silver-white divine power once again suppressed the Black Death aura. "Tell me, who are you?" The Valkyrie's body was weak. Her divine power had dried up, but her aura was at its peak. The Black Lantern's struggle became weaker and weaker. "I'm not." The Black Death Emperor on the other side saw that the situation was hopeless and quickly withdrew his consciousness. "I'm Diana, Prince, Wonder Woman." As Black Lamp roared this sentence, his entire body exploded into powder from the inside out. Earth 2's Wonder Woman, with the help of the lasso of truth, relied on her physical instincts and finally broke free from Black Lamp's control. Thea's mouth was slightly agape. She looked at Diana with a dumbfounded expression. In that instant, the Valkyrie had gained another source in her body. Diana had told her that the new source's name was Courage. She questioned an existence that was higher than herself. She was not afraid of danger. She was not afraid of sacrifice. She bravely moved forward. Even if everyone retreated, she still had the courage to face countless enemies. Thea had always thought that the divine seat belonged to her father, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Her father did not even have the divine seat of bravery. It was no wonder that he had been defeated by Darkseid for so many years. She felt that the divine seats of the new gods should be divided into 4 levels. The divine seats that were related to the origin, which was the composition of the material world, were the first level. Time, space, life, and death were all in this category. Unfortunately, none of the new gods could touch this level. After that, there were the divine seats that had a great impact on life or were indispensable, such as justice, evil, and soul. Among them, the soul was slightly more important than justice and evil. Strictly speaking, it was not essential. Without a soul, or even if one's soul was thin, one could still live well. The divine seats that were derived from life activities, such as Thea's trade and wealth, Diana's protection, bravery, and the hatred and pain of the wasteland wolves. Finally, there were the divine seats that were dispensable and did not affect life, such as art and Lady Canopy's tracking. It was fine to have them, but not having them would not affect the overall situation. Diana was sweating all over. Her divine power was exhausted, and she looked like she had just been fished out of the water. However, when she thought of her new source, she licked her lips at Thea. Her eyes were full of vigor. "Look, I've caught up to you again. I'll teach you a lesson tonight." She had a 2nd-class divine seat, 2 3rd-class divine seats, and 1 4th-class divine seat. In theory, she still had the upper hand against Diana, who had 3 3rd-class divine seats. However, her personality was not as domineering, and she was naturally weaker. She quickly shrank her neck. She grabbed Anka's amulet and saw the latest data projected from the Death Hut. She almost laughed out loud. Black Death King's ranking had dropped by 3 places, and now he was 108. This proved that the blasphemy strategy was completely feasible. He sent Diana aside to rest. She did not have the strength to fight anymore, so she stood aside and experienced the various magical effects of the new divine seat. The decadent music helped Diana defeat Black Death King, and indirectly helped reverse Lightning escape from the hopeless situation. Barry and Wally were both young men. They could not hear the melody, but the notes that hit their souls still made them react. They did not know why they had such a big physiological reaction when they saw reverse lightning. Both of them were dumbfounded. Should they go back and see a psychiatrist? His thoughts were all over the place. Black light reverse lightning naturally did not have any reaction. Taking advantage of Bart Allen's lack of experience, he quickly ran out of Central City. Black Light Superman also wanted to run, but he was stopped by Thea. They attacked together. In the end, 1 green and 1 yellow directly made Black Light reverse lightning go offline. He turned into a pile of bones and fell to the ground. What about this passage? Diana looked at the passage between the two worlds that could pass through an elephant and was a little worried. The black lights on the other side were endless, and many of them were their acquaintances. Steve Trevor, Laurel Lance, a bunch of people were pulled up by the black lights to fight against them. I can't seal it in a short time. I'll blow it up. Thea's hands were filled with a huge amount of magic power, but she did not make up her mind. The balance of the universe was very fragile. Once Earth 2 was blown away, who knew what kind of chain reaction it would cause? This was why it was easier to be a villain than a hero. They only cared about destruction and did not have to think about all kinds of problems. Thea had to think about it. Earth 2 had given her a lot of benefits. Whether it was hope, emotion, or the divine position of the soul, they were all inseparable from Earth 2. Was it appropriate to push it away now? Fortunately, an acquaintance appeared and solved her problem. "Child, it's me." The old man who ran out of the passage saw her gathering power in her hands and hurriedly stopped her. "Old Robert, why are you here?" Thea was puzzled. After that, a large group of people flew out of the tunnel like defeated soldiers. Earth 2's Superman Farzad, followed by Dr. Fate Khaled, Green Lantern Alan Scott, and Flash J. Garrick all ran out. Chapter 8:34. "Help us, we can't hold on any longer. There are two guys behind us. Stop them." Old Robert supported Old Batman and ran at the front. He was out of breath and waved at Thea urgently. Where did Earth 2 get so many strong people? Seeing how miserable these people were, Thea hurriedly looked behind them. Dr. Fate used magic to cover the area behind them from time to time. Green Lantern Alan Scott kept throwing all kinds of weapons behind them, trying to stop the enemy. Farzad was fighting and stopping. In order to cover the few ordinary superheroes, they fought for a minute before rushing out of the tunnel. "Who's behind you?" Thea asked Old Robert, who ran out first. Old Robert uttered the strange word. As soon as he finished, Farzad was hit by a flame explosion and flew a dozen meters away. Dr. Fate's magic shield was broken, and Green Lantern Alan Scott was also burned by a fire pillar and fainted. Black rotting flesh, stinking, and eyes emitting a terrifying light. Nabu, the mage who became a god on Earth 1 and chose to sacrifice himself on Earth 2, was reawakened by the black light. Thousands of years had caused most of his clothes to rot, but Thea automatically ignored the clothes that could be called rags and focused on Nabu. At this time, Nabu was floating in the air, sitting cross-legged, wearing a half-broken mask that was very characteristic of a pharaoh. This guy was very rich, as expected of a great mage who was half a step away from becoming a god. Earrings, rings, nose rings, wrist guards, belt, ankle bracelets. This tycoon not only had rings on his fingers, but also several on his toes. The magic light of various attributes made her dizzy. Looking at this, it was not too surprising that he could easily crush the heroes on Earth 2. Nabu uttered a few syllables. Before Thea could understand what was going on, she saw that the opponent was not looking at the scene at all. The magic equipment on his body emitted different lights, and through Nabu's own magic communication, they cooperated with each other like a precision calculating machine. The magic power was used just right, neither wasted nor delayed. He raised his hand and a zigzagging flame rain was released outside the tunnel. The spell contained many meteorites with flames. If they landed on the ground, at least half of the central city would be destroyed. Ancient spells? Thea's interest was piqued. There weren't many people who could compete with her in magic these days. She softly chanted a spell and quickly found a few special nodes of the opponent's spell. She waved her hand and broke one of the nodes, trying to interrupt the spell. Nabu was slightly stunned. This person did not have the demeanor of a villain at all. He did not speak at all. He connected to a magic equipment on his body, and the rain of fire in the sky paused for a moment before continuing to fall. Thea's interest was completely aroused, and she chose to counterattack again. Then, the other side changed their casting rhythm. The two of them went back and forth, and the rain of flames in the sky seemed to be stuck, falling down one after another. Nabu was extremely stubborn. He insisted on releasing the spell, but Thea wouldn't let him. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 blows in an instant, but there was no clear winner because Superman, Diana, Farzad, and the others had split up and destroyed the rain of fire. Don't worry about me. There are enemies on the other side of the passage. Thea stared at Nabu without blinking. She did not know if it was because he was cautious when he was alive, or if it was just a coincidence. This guy had 7 or 8 layers of magic shields on him. To deal with a normal Black Lantern, the strategy of green left hand and yellow right hand would not work. She had to first destroy the messy shields on him. As if to confirm her words, a golden figure rushed out from the other side of the passage. The original golden armor now seemed to be splashed with a layer of thick ink. He wore a winged helmet and held a double snake staff in his hand. The person ran with a flash of lightning towards Diana. The power of speed? Diana felt that the person was familiar, but she could not be sure. Her divine power had only recovered a little, but she was still a battle-hardened warrior. Her eyes tried to track the opponent's speed. She raised her shield in front of her. The moment she felt the shield touch something solid, she rushed forward and slashed with her sword. The opponent lowered his head and ran away from the side. Hermes? Diana looked at the new enemy. She was a little dizzy. His appearance was completely different, but if the rotten muscles were removed, he would be the tall and handsome god of speed that was recorded in the Greek classics. This guy is Hermes from Earth 2. He is the fastest person on their side. Jay Garrick's power of speed was given to him before he died. Thea saw this scene from the corner of her eyes and explained without looking back. She had already fought with Nabu. Nabu's magic was at the peak, but she was not bad either. She was at a higher level, so it was only a matter of time before she defeated the opponent. Hearing that it was a fast person, Barry was excited and ran to support Diana. This run showed the difference. Hermes was too fast. He used the power of speed. The opponent was a god, and Barry was just a human. Hermes could do many incredible moves easily, but Barry could not do it because of his limited body. The remaining few fast people were not as fast as Barry, so they could only be anxious. Earth 2's Sea King Arthur Curry came out. Atlantis did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but it was attacked by the Great Plains wolves in the first place. Arthur naturally died. At this time, Black Lantern Sea King was holding a trident, accompanied by Black Lantern Mela. Superman faced the two of them, but he was ambushed by Black Lantern Batman. A kryptonite dart almost killed him. It was Psyker, Caitlin, and the rest of the people who worked together to save the big boss of the Justice League. Seeing that the situation was not optimistic, Thea began to attack Nabu. This mage who was only one step away from becoming a god was unusually tenacious. He defended 70% and attacked 30%. When the shield was broken, it was immediately repaired. When the magic trap was removed, another one was placed. Thea was tired of it. If a normal human mage played with her like this, the battle would be over with 3 soul attacks at most, but Black Lantern was immune to all soul attacks. She could only counter the opponent's attacks in a textbook way. On average, the opponent cast 9 spells, and she could counter 10 in the same time. She could still win, but it would take a lot of time. She still had to save power to deal with Black Death King. It was not worth it to fight Nabu to the death. However, the opponent's magic was very powerful, and no one could block it except her. Diana had previously saved a guardian, and Sia was prepared to ask him for help. Unexpectedly, when she looked around from the corner of her eye, this grandson had already run away without saying a word. She had no choice but to ask others for help. Thea summoned the big lowly raven to help her break the shield. The demon princess, who was very violent in her bones, was also interested when she heard that it was such a mission. Chapter 8:35. All kinds of dark magic were thrown at Nebraska. It was simple and crude, and the big lowly could not see the difference between magic shields and magic traps. She just relied on her abundant magic power to attack. A magic incarnation appeared behind Raven, and a dark raven that covered the sky directly hit Neb's shield. This hit directly broke 3 layers of the shield, and Neb finally began to panic. The magic equipment on his body flashed fiercely. His battle wisdom was still there, and he judged that Raven was a strong support for Thea. He relied on a few pieces of equipment to resist Thea's disintegrate spell, and at the same time, his hands shot out a colorful beam of light, directly hitting Raven. Thea hurriedly turned her head, and Raven also looked at her. The two beauties, one big and one small, were happy. Neb thought that Raven was young and weak, so he used a very advanced chaos spell. This spell was effective even against archmages. Unfortunately, Neb did not know Raven's bloodline. She was the daughter of the 3 palace demons, a born demon. Demons' resistance to magic was second only to dragons, and they were almost immune to mental magic. Thea, with her high attainments, could not say that she could control Mechanut for a few years after implanting her mental power when he was the weakest. Neb's external will, which was forcibly injected by magic, did not affect Raven at all. Neb's efforts were in vain, and he was defeated even faster. But this person was really tough. The two of them attacked wildly, and Raven used her ultimate skills several times, summoning the Dark Raven to hit hard. It took a full 2 minutes to destroy all the shields, and Thea destroyed the black lamp with one hand green and the other yellow. The rest of the battle was also clear after Thea and Raven joined in. Hermes' divine body was very resistant to the miniature sun in the sky, and unlike ordinary extreme speed, this guy could fly. Several people chased after him, and finally took him down with difficulty. Because of Neb and Hermes' interference, many of the black lamps ran away. Seeing the final result of the battle, Thea was a little speechless. Black Lamp Batman, Black Lamp Malcolm, and Black Lamp Reverse Lightning. It seemed that the 3 with the highest IQ had run away. "Please don't destroy the tunnel," old Robert pleaded earnestly. Thea's mind was filled with a multitude of thoughts. Earth 2 had already been ruined by the Wasteland Wolves, and now that Jihei was affecting them, it could be said that things had gotten even worse. They didn't have the help of other colored lights. They only relied on a fake green light like Alan Scott. God knows how long it would take to calm this storm. Furthermore, this was originally a disaster on Earth 1. Earth 2 was a little innocent. If she blew up the passage, the many black lanterns left there would destroy Earth 2. This was something she did not want to see. "I'm willing to help you. Those undead can come to our side." Thea finally made up her mind. Superman and Diana had no objections. If they had the ability, they should help. The Flash and everyone on Earth 2 were friends, so they were duty-bound. The heroes of Earth 2 cried tears of joy as they sat on the ground to rest. This battle was too sudden. They were not prepared at all and were beaten to a pulp. "Where's Eagle Girl? Where's the Iron Captain?" Thea looked around for a long time. All that appeared in the passage were black lanterns. "They've all died in battle," old Robert said sadly. Thea wasn't feeling too good either. Earth 2 had been used as a sacrifice by Scarface. She had lost the little bit of vitality that she had just recovered. She did not feel guilty. This matter had little to do with her. The passage was there, and it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. If Scarface could discover it, it meant that she had stayed on Earth for a long time. It was not a last-minute decision. Everything was arranged by fate. She felt much better after putting the blame on Big Brother Fate. Superman flew to her side and looked at Farzad, who was not far away. He was a little stunned. Blue tights, a red cape, and an S symbol on his chest. "This person is?" "Farzad. He's the Superman from another world. The Superman from before." "Oh right, it's the guy you knocked down just now." In their world, Zod is a refined scholar. Frankly speaking, Thea felt a little confused. The resurrection of the dead, and now it involved a parallel universe. It was even more confusing. After all, in the suburbs of Metropolis, Fiora was fighting the real Zod. Now that his son from a parallel universe was here, it was strange no matter how she looked at it. While they were talking, there was still a steady stream of enemies coming out from the other side of the passage. However, with Superman, Diana, the Flash, and a group of heroes from Earth 2 working together with the Central City Police Department and the National Guard, the front line was barely maintained in the area around the original cutting-edge technology laboratory. The miniature suns would continuously weaken the Black Lanterns. Ordinary firearms could also repel the enemies. The endless stream of human troops could be considered to have the upper hand. Thea greeted them and rushed to the other battlefields. Other things aside, Star City, Metropolis, and Washington also needed a few miniature suns. Bush, bush. A strange sound pierced through the air. Black-armored Avatar hurriedly lowered his head. The Death Archer had shattered the boomerang with a shot. The Heaven's Eye Society was defeated. The agents were not weak, but in front of the resurrected Black Lanterns, they did not have the upper hand. They could not kill the other party at all. This was very shameless. The Black Lantern Boomerang Captain had learned how to use the Black Lanterns to create Black Lantern rings. Under the cover of the night, the lightless boomerang could kill without a trace. Dr. Light, who could deal damage to Black Lantern, was injured and unconscious in the first round of attacks. If it weren't for the fact that Amanda had done so many bad things and was so paranoid that she had prepared a lot of backup plans, they would have been trapped in the Heaven's Eye Society's base. As they fled, there were less than 300 agents left out of the 500, and half of them were clerks. Change vehicles, hurry up. The convoy was trekking with difficulty. Along the way, vehicles were constantly damaged. They could only try their best to move forward. If they could not find a vehicle, they would have to pray for their own good. The Boomerang Captain did not have much ability when he was alive, but after he died, he was very powerful. His invisible boomerangs tormented them greatly. Avatar, my old boss, are you okay? Dr. Mun and I are here to see you. Rick Flegg, the ace agent that Avatar had been very optimistic about and had prepared to nurture as the leader of the Suicide Squad, was now chasing madly in the distance with a dark glow in his eyes. As if to illustrate his words, the Charm Witch, who had been pulled up by Black Lantern again, raised her hands high. Dark magic surged, and she cast several shadow arrows at Avatar and the others. At the same time, the dark magic summoned countless shadow creatures, which surged toward the agents. The shadow arrows were blocked by Dr. Mist, who was good at reflecting magic. This superhero from Africa had magic arrays all over his body. With the magic arrays, he could block any directional magic. However, there was nothing he could do against the shadow creatures. Fortunately, Katana, a Japanese female warrior, lived up to her reputation. Holding a long sword that could attack the soul, she flew up and down, killing several shadow creatures in a row and barely alleviating the crisis. Chapter 8:36. Roar. With a roar, a black shadow jumped over from afar. It was Killer Crocodile, who was killed by Black Lantern and resurrected. Chatter! Amanda yelled at the vengeful demon beside her. This former gangster who could control Hellfire was stunned for a moment. He raised his hands and a pillar of fire repelled Killer Crocodile. Chi! An icy aura formed an ice wall behind everyone's car, temporarily blocking the enemy. Captain Lung with the hoarse voice met them on the road. To be precise, he escaped from the prison and took back his freeze gun. Alone, he chose to escape with Amanda's team. Amanda didn't have time to think about how this prisoner escaped. It was better not to mention it, so she silently agreed to this fact. Black Lantern couldn't be steamed or boiled. Everyone pouted. If this fight continued, there would be no end. The enemy could fly, and they could only drive. There was no way they could escape. Commander Waller, where are we going? Captain Lung asked as if they were close friends. Amanda was still calm. Go to Washington. As an old acquaintance, her intuition told her that Thea would most likely have some way to protect her mother. It was safest for her to go to Washington in the name of rescuing her mother. Her little plan, in the eyes of the agents, became a pillar of the Gongzhong nation. Being chased like a dead dog, she still couldn't forget the country's leader. Ms. Amanda was really amazing. They're chasing us again. A sharp-eyed agent turned around and was shocked. Hundreds of Black Lanterns were chasing them again. Not only were the former members of the Suicide Squad chasing them, but there were also many criminals who died in the Sky Eye Society. These guys were all famous criminals when they were alive. Many of them had superpowers. Now, Black Lantern commanded them to take revenge on the living again. Some were extremely strong, some could spit acid and make bombs. All kinds of abilities were used one by one. The two groups of people started a race of life and death on the road. Amanda, go to hell. The charm which turned into a cloud of black smoke and teleported into the jeep. She opened her left hand, and her fingernails were like 5 sharp knives, stabbing into Black Lantern's chest. A few members of the Suicide Squad pretended not to see it and simultaneously slowed down a step. Katana was very aware of the big picture. She kicked at the charming witch but felt as if she had kicked a rock. With her obstruction, Lara Michaels pulled her boss away. However, her sharp nails still left 5 bloody wounds on Amanda's shoulder. "Attack her!" Avatar roared at the members of the Death Squad. These guys still needed to be taught a lesson. What a scam! Death Archer, Vengeance Demon, and martial artist Bronze Tiger were a little displeased when they saw that she had escaped with her life. However, they didn't dare to disobey her orders. The 3 of them worked together to defeat the charming witch. By right, the devil in Chatter Santana's body wasn't much weaker than the charm witch's. Unfortunately, Thea had almost destroyed his soul back then. As the host, his strength had also decreased by more than half. Saying that it was hellfire was just putting gold on his face. In fact, it would take a lot of effort to even open a barbecue in hell. Chatter Santana's fireballs came one after another, but the charming witch easily dodged them all. Even if she hit twice, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Veins popped out on Death Archer's forehead. No matter how good his marksmanship was, it was useless. This enemy couldn't be killed at all. On the other side, Bronze Tiger was even worse. He was one of the few martial artists in the world, but in the face of extraordinary power, he could barely protect himself. He couldn't do anything more. Running on the ground was ultimately inferior to the Black Lanterns flying in the sky. The Black Lanterns were like cats chasing mice, chasing and intercepting them, slowly forcing the people of the Heavenly Eye Society into a dead end. Seeing that the route was getting more and more out of the way, Amanda was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Along the way, the number of enemies chasing them increased. She didn't see many allies, but the burden had increased by quite a lot. She could trick the ordinary citizens to go home and hide, but she couldn't do anything to the nobles. Looking at the 2 members of parliament who were in the middle of the convoy and claimed that they were going to protect the president, she couldn't help but want to kick these burdens away. Originally, there were only about 100 Black Lanterns. Now, including the agents who had died in battle, there were nearly 300 people chasing after them. Amanda shrunk her neck to avoid a boomerang that flew from behind, and asked her adjutant, Lara, in a low voice, "Is there any news from our rescue team?" Lara and the Black brother, Digger, often exchanged news. Whether it was Thea or Amanda, they all turned a blind eye to them. Amanda knew that the management committee wasn't affected at all. No one lived here in Nevada, so naturally, there were no corpses. "No, I'm afraid that Black Panther glared at her, wanting to say why she affected the morale. "They're here, in the sky." Lara suddenly controlled the device on her wrist, looked at it for a while, and suddenly raised her head to look at the clouds. A huge mothership descended from the clouds, and countless weapons aimed at the Black Lanterns, firing in unison. In the original Green Arrow Iron Triangle, Thea's former bodyguard, the Black brother, John Digger, was wearing a long black trench coat, his hands behind his back, and constantly giving out orders on the bridge. Several high-tech weapons were aimed at the Black Lanterns, and their regenerative abilities were suppressed under the saturation attack. Today, he was like a hero who had killed his way out of the clouds, and could finally hold his head high in front of his wife. The Black brother was very satisfied that Thea had given this mission to him. Thinking of the suggestion that Thea had given him when she saw his outfit, he took out an eye mask and put it on his left eye. Looking at the mirror on the command deck, his face changed from an honest brother to an iron-blooded general. As a commander, he seemed quite dignified. Not bad, not bad. The Black brother was very satisfied, and was ready to show his wife his new look later. When the people on the ground saw the reinforcements, their morale was greatly boosted. Even the Suicide Squad gave up on their grudge against Amanda, and worked together to build a defensive circle, waiting for the mothership to airdrop lifeboats. The mothership kept attacking the targets on the ground, and Firestorm and Violent Wolf Robber guarded the 2 sides of the mothership. Seeing that his conversion ability couldn't destroy the Black Lantern ring, Firestorm started to throw fireballs continuously. The nuclear energy converted by Firestorm's matrix was much hotter than Chatter Santana's flames. The Black Lantern killer crocodile was lit into a torch by him, and even the charm witch, who was a magician, chose to avoid it temporarily. On the other side, Violent Wolf Robber was playing around, riding his flying Harley-Davidson motorcycle, whizzing through the sky, and sitting in the side compartment was someone familiar to Death Archer. "Haha, little wolf, hurry up." Accompanied by crazy laughter and all kinds of explosions, Death Archer looked at the ugly girl waving at him from afar. Seeing that she wanted to greet him with a bomb, he hurriedly raised his gun. Chapter 837. Reality proved that clown girl was not that crazy. She looked at the bomb in her hand and then at Deathshot, who had a strange expression on his face. She smiled brightly and placed the bomb in her left hand while waving her right hand at her former colleagues on the ground. "What's the big deal?" Deathshot was very unhappy. His close comrade had been pardoned for a groundless reason. This made him feel sour. During one of the missions, Amanda accidentally brought up this taboo topic in the Suicide Squad. He finally found out the whole story. The ugly girl was a woman. Because of such a ridiculous reason, he still continued to risk his life, and the other party seemed to be having a lot of fun. This alien is also an idiot. Sooner or later, he will be killed by that troublemaker. Deathshot was famous for his good eyesight. He immediately saw Violent Wolf Robber beside Clown Girl. This skin color, this appearance, he was definitely not from Earth. 2 seconds later, he felt that he was wrong. Who knew who would be the one to kill who? Violent Wolf Robber was not afraid at all. He rode Harley and charged into a large group of Black Lanterns. This guy was still shouting as he killed. His voice was so loud that it was like he had a human speaker. He was afraid that others would ignore him. "Ha, your Earth is too lively. Only Macho Man likes it here." Clown Girl in the side compartment also displayed her death-seeking spirit to the extreme. This new friend was crazier than her. This made her very happy. She threw all kinds of bombs at the Black Lanterns. The Black Lanterns did not feel pain, but their memories were still there. They were all unruly criminals and had never seen such arrogant people. They all turned their guns and wanted to take them down. Go to hell. Among them, Charm, which was the fastest. She turned into black smoke with a whoosh, and was already behind Violent Wolf when she appeared again. Her 10 fingers were like sharp swords. Before Berserk Wolf could react, she had already pierced his neck. After that, she moved her hand horizontally. A huge head was tilted to the side. His spine was also exposed to the air. He looked extremely miserable. Just as the charming witch thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided and was about to kill the Clown Girl, Shooting Death in the distance raised his gun and was about to save the Clown Girl. Then, he saw the Berserk Wolf's head twist to the back and look at the charming witch. That little bit of flesh was not enough to support his big head. He could not see the charming witch, so the little ugly girl kindly held his head for him. Only then did he see the real person. Haha, the only fierce man is not afraid of any sneak attacks. Berserk Wolf pressed his head back onto his spine. His action was simple and rough, completely ignoring the blood vessels and nerves. 2 palm leaf fan-sized hands squeezed his neck, and the powerful self-healing ability connected the muscles on both sides of his neck. Soon his neck, which had been torn in 2, was restored to its original state. After doing such a shocking thing, he didn't have any self-awareness. He grinned, picked up a big axe with his left hand, and chopped the charming witch into 2 halves from top to bottom. The self-healing ability of the black lamp was not weak either. A large number of black lines connected the 2 halves of the corpse. The charming witch's face was ferocious. She wanted to see whose self-healing ability was stronger. Seeing that the self-healing was over, she raised her hand and wanted to shoot a shadow arrow. However, she realized that her body was a little strange. She looked down and saw a round bomb with a smiley face painted on the front of it in her stomach. A short wire was exposed on the outside in an exaggerated manner. "Get off, idiot!" Berserk Wolf picked up a heavy chain with his right hand and slapped it on the face of the charming witch, knocking her off the motorcycle. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion, followed by 2 crazy laughs. Relying on the 2 crazy people to attract attention, John Diggle landed 2 emergency spaceships. Amanda and the others were finally rescued successfully. Lara saw that her husband was wearing an eye patch and was very confused. "You were fine during lunch. What's the meaning of this? How did you become blind in such a short time?" "Technological equipment." Seeing his wife's concerned eyes, the black man was quite happy. He was not lying. Thea had to make him wear it willingly, so she integrated a bunch of communication, infrared, and positioning functions into the eye patch. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort to make the black man look more like the braised egg next door. It was a pity. Double couplet character designs for Felicity were all focused on heroes. In the end, the former Miss Hacker had designed a tall and handsome white man based on her boyfriend's model to be the commander of all the heroes of humanity. This result made the Missy feel uncomfortable. It was only when the black man applied to lead the celestial mothership that this regret was made up for. After picking up everyone, the celestial mothership flew out of the atmosphere and activated the cloaking device. This cloaking technology from Planet Dino was definitely the best in the universe. Back then, Thea and Batman could not discover it, and now Black Lantern could not find it either. Along the way, they stopped and did their best to protect the civilians. Supergirl and the Martian Hunter also brought the DO agents to join the battle. When they arrived at Washington, the spaceship was filled to the brim. The miniature sun stopped in midair. Washington's sky was still in the hands of humans. The celestial mothership joined the battle and once again defeated the Black Lanterns who were besieging this place. Only then did they let everyone down. The black man continued to drive the celestial mothership to rescue more people. A few superheroes also followed. Amanda ordered her subordinates to station while she did not rest. She entered the White House. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to at least make a report. She had a good plan, but it took her a minute to push the door open because the house was full of people. Representatives, governors, and mayors had similar thoughts. These people were also using the excuse of protecting the president. Those who did not know would think that they were loyal. Moira was in a terrible state dealing with this group of people. She tried her best to persuade them that they could move to the new world. It was very safe there. Without special means, Black Lanterns could not pass through. She spoke nonsense every day. Today, it was rare for her to speak the truth. In the end, this group of people did not believe her. They did not understand the difference between a higher dimension and a parallel universe. This group of people was stubborn. It was safest to be around the president. As long as the president did not leave, they would not leave either. They would not leave even if they were beaten with sticks. They would stay in the White House to protect the president. Moira did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only chat idly with this group of people. Thea had said that this time was different from the previous time. The participation of ordinary people was very low. Even the participation of superheroes was not high. The key to victory or defeat was still in the hands of a few people. Moira was quite optimistic. Even when she saw Robert Quinn Sr. turn into a Black Lantern, her gaze narrowed slightly. She did not do much. She would observe the situation quietly. Everything would be fine after dawn. Ordinary people only needed to sit and wait. That was what Thea had told her. Chapter 8:38. 30 miles west of Gotham City, Tim Drake was flying at a low altitude. After the Battle of the Cape, he called himself Red Robin and left for a period of time. He had just returned today. Now he was using a self-made glider and looked like a big bird. If you exclude the boulders that were thrown at him from time to time, his posture could be said to be very elegant. For a normal person to be able to fly at this level, it was not something that could be described as very talented. Beside him was a young blonde girl wearing a tight red battle suit, golden wrist guards, and a dark red lasso around her wrist. This was Diana's disciple, Wonder Girl Cassie. The two of them met by chance. Cassie was just passing by while Tim received Dick's message that his biological parents had been revived by the Black Lantern. He hurried back to Gotham and met Wonder Girl on the way. After chatting for a while, he realized that she was not an outsider. After being scolded by Diana for a few months, Cassie was eager to make a name for herself and came to Gotham with Tim. The ambitious miracle girl had been knocked unconscious in her first battle as a fledgling. Solomon Grundy had escaped. This huge zombie that Sia couldn't defeat back then had taught the magical girl a solid lesson. Her little bit of pride had been beaten back to Angkor Wat. If Thea was there, she would definitely ask the Black Death Emperor if Solomon Grundy's situation was really considered dead. He was still alive. At least he was not completely dead. But Wonder Girl had no such inquisitive spirit. Solomon Grundy, who was born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, contracted a disease on Thursday, was seriously ill on Friday, died on Saturday, and died on Sunday, was a hard-working wretch. Back then, he needed the rookie Superman, the rookie Batman, and the rookie Thea to suppress him. Alright, the latter two were just bystanders back then. Even so, his combat power was not something that Cassie could resist now. After 3 moves, Cassie was shocked. This random monster was unusually ferocious. He ignored her lasso and sent her flying with a backhand slap. If Tim did not save her, she would have been seriously injured. Casey thought of Diana's twin swords and lightning spears. His attack methods were too lacking. Hey, we can't lure him back to the city. We have to deal with him in the suburbs, she said to Red Robin beside her. Do I need you to tell me that? Wearing a mask, Tim resisted the urge to speak. After circling the outskirts twice, Tim thought of an idea. He turned his head and asked his new partner, "What ability do you have?" Casey was naturally not an idiot. How could he reveal everything about himself when it was the first time they met? She chuckled and said a few simple words. Tim pondered for a while and asked, "Can you fly to the moon by yourself?" Casey was a little confused. She didn't know about that. Because she had never tested it before, why would she go to the moon for no reason? Listen to me, the guy behind us can't fly, but we can't kill him. Let's throw him to the moon and deal with him later. That's our only option now. Casey looked back and asked with uncertainty, "But I saw that those black lights can fly. How can this guy?" In fact, Tim wasn't very sure either. He hesitated and said, "Miss Thea said in her TV talk that the black lights copy the memories of the deceased. But according to our records, Solomon Grundy isn't dead. He might not be able to use the full power of the ring." Tim didn't know how trustworthy his words were, but he was a practical person and was prepared to give it a try. The two retreated and let Casey deal with the big zombie. Tim opened one of Batman's secret rooms. In the roar of fire, a space shuttle rose into the sky. The big zombie's intelligence wasn't high. Seeing that one of its prey had escaped, it didn't know that it had fallen into a trap and jumped into the space shuttle. Tim was waiting for this opportunity. He activated the mechanism and locked the big zombie in the space shuttle while he jumped out. The two watched from the ground for a long time. The big zombie struggled hard, but Batman's black technology was very powerful. It couldn't break free in a short time. It roared and was taken out of the atmosphere by the space shuttle that was set to enter the moon's orbit. After a long time, the guy didn't jump down. Tim was relieved and said, "He probably can't fly." Casey was a little surprised. This guy is quite resourceful. Such a troublesome enemy and he took care of it so easily? The two of them were very responsible. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that there was no response, they went to Gotham together. Gotham was a mess. It had to be said that Batman's principle of not killing had a good effect. A bunch of criminals with ulcers on their heads and pus on their feet were living quite well. The two-faced man who had been hiding all this time even gathered his subordinates to attack the black lights. In his mind, Gotham was his territory. How could he let a bunch of dead people touch it? Most of the first-line criminals survived. Unfortunately, some of the second-line criminals who weren't very famous died in the fight. Now that they were all revived, together with Dick's parents and Tim's parents, the black lights turned Gotham upside down. When Tim brought Casey to find the then Batman Dick Grayson, they saw him and Damian each carrying a flamethrower and in a stalemate with the black lights. There were 2 people beside them, a man and a woman, who were carrying their own equipment and helping to set the fire. The woman was a local of Gotham. Tim had seen her before. She was Miss Firefly, who was good at setting fires. The man had a big head and a big body. He had a fierce face. This was Heatwave, who had specially come from the central city to find Miss Firefly to exchange his knowledge on setting fires. The 4 of them barely held the line. The black lights were blocked by the flames. Tim hurriedly led Casey to join the battle. The 6 of them fought to the death and finally broke out of the encirclement. Let's go to the Gotham police station. Tim didn't say anything because he felt uncomfortable when he saw his parents who had passed away a long time ago. Dick was now using the identity of Batman. He gave orders without hesitation. The few of them knew to stick together. Even if Heatwave and Firefly didn't want to, they had no choice but to run for their lives. When Thea arrived at Gotham, Old Gordon had already returned. The police officers found their backbone and took out their flamethrowers to deal with the black lights. A group of superheroes also helped to stabilize the situation. She cast a legendary spell again and left a miniature sun to help them resist the black light's attacks. "Boss, what about that guy down there?" Seeing that she was about to leave, the dead Boston Brand hurriedly stopped her. He wanted to ask what was going on. His own corpse was alive and kicking, killing people and setting fires down there, while he himself was still a lonely ghost. In fact, Thea couldn't figure out the situation of a dead person. Was he considered alive or dead? According to the Black Death Emperor's understanding, he was definitely dead. However, from the perspective of Thea's soul, the soul of the dead was still there. His consciousness was still there, so he was still alive. From this point, it could be seen that her definition of death was completely different from the Black Death Emperor's. "That's definitely not you. That's just a puppet. You must remember this," she said to the dead man very seriously. Thea was so busy that she didn't have time to give a long explanation. Seeing that the dead man was her lackey, she gave him a few simple instructions before leaving. The dead man was still very confused. Anyone who saw their own corpse wandering down there while they were floating in the sky would feel a sense of absurdity. He wanted to find out the truth. After visiting dozens of planets and seeing countless wonders in the universe, the dead Boston Brand felt more and more strange about himself. There was no special case like him who could wander around the universe after death. Chapter 839. Seeing that his body was still moving below, he no longer hesitated and rushed in as if he was possessed. A familiar body. When a dead man entered a rotten body, his first reaction was that it was so familiar that he forgot that he was dead, as if he were still alive. He subconsciously wanted to touch his head, but his arm moved slightly, and he was swallowed by a more magnificent will. When he regained his consciousness, he found that he had become a dead man again, and it was all dark around him. Feeling that he seemed to have done something stupid, he immediately asked Thea for help. But both the light ring and the soul connection were extremely weak. The light ring went out directly, and the soul connection was barely there, as if it would break in the next second. The dead man looked around. It was pitch black everywhere. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't even tell if he was still on Earth. "I'm already a dead man. Am I dead again? Could a dead man die again? What would he look like if he died again?" He had a lot of philosophical questions in his head, and he suppressed his confusion. There was no difference at all around, except for darkness. He could only find a direction to fly in. He flew and flew. It felt like he had been flying for a long time, but it also felt like a few minutes. Finally, he saw something beyond the black. There were strands of white floccule, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. White should have made people feel bright and comfortable, but the white here was full of decay and dilapidation, like an old house. "Who is it?" In the distance, a blue light slowly drifted over. The dead man didn't expect there to be an outsider here, so he asked warily. The person on the opposite side was also startled. When the two slowly approached, they were both relieved. They knew each other. "Dr. Palmer, why are you here? Where is this place?" "You can see me." The dead man looked at the armored Atom Man and became more and more surprised. They shouldn't be able to see him. Atom Man was also stunned. How could he see a dead man? He wasn't wearing the yellow light ring, so he shouldn't be able to see him. Was he dead? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His face was pale. If it weren't for the helmet, the dead man would have laughed at him. "Am I dead? Am I alive?" The two of them looked at each other at the same time and then looked at each other strangely. The dead man and Atom Man knew each other, but that was all. Only magicians could see the dead. Normally, even if they wanted to communicate, they couldn't. Moreover, one of them was one of the top scientists in the world. He was rich, young, handsome, and well-spoken. The other was simply a representative of feudal superstition. When he was alive, he didn't even finish high school and hung around with all kinds of bad women. These two people didn't have anything in common. When the topic of how to enter this mysterious space was brought up, they realized that the difference in their methods was simply too great. The dead possessed their original bodies and entered this world in a daze. The Atom Man was different. He had received a lot of atomization knowledge from Thea, but he did not know that it was his own research in the future. Now, he was standing on his own shoulders, and the door to the whole microscopic world had been opened to Ray Palmer. Following the mobile phone signal transmission, his real body entered the online game world to fight monsters. A lot of the Atom Man's research was incredible. He had already broken away from the shackles of the original time and space. This time, he suddenly had an idea. He followed the internal cracks of the black lamp ring and prepared to explore the secrets within. After a few turns, he saw a dead man. The two of them talked for a long time, from the perspective of magic to science, from molecular structure to myths and legends, but they were all confused. In the end, they could only continue to explore together. Thea sensed that there was something wrong with the spiritual imprint on the dead man. It seemed that he had entered a strange place, but she didn't have time to think about it because there was a huge problem that she had to solve. It was indeed huge. The man in the green hood, who was hundreds of meters tall, was on a killing spree. Cairo, theft, you're guilty. Tyne, robbery, you're guilty. Dozens of criminals were directly judged by this person and turned into ashes. Not even their souls were left behind. Not even a trace was left behind. This was the vengeful spirit of God, the ghost. Thea rubbed her forehead. Seeing the big black lamp mark on the ghost's chest, she didn't know what to say. This ghost was nearly 10 times weaker than when she first saw it. She could take it down with some effort, but she just felt that it was stupid to do this. She looked at the void beside her. Stranger, I know you're there. Come out. You need to give me an explanation. You knew that he possessed Jim Corrigan, but you still killed this host? Is there something wrong with you? After talking to the air for a long time, the phantom stranger hesitated a little, but he still walked out from the air. Thea was very dissatisfied. Can you explain why you did this? Is it the same as Raven? After sending his wife and child to heaven, the stranger regained his poker face, which was as cold as ice. I don't know. The voice of heaven told me to do it, so I did it. No reason, no grudge. Thea sighed. She really didn't understand the boss's thoughts. Aren't you all family? Is God's mental state so bad that his main consciousness is asleep and his several consciousnesses are fighting for themselves? He sent his own Smurf toy to kill another Smurf's host. What kind of F***king thing is this? Then you don't have a solution, right? She asked tentatively. The stranger shook his head. He didn't care about the burial. If you don't like it, come and kill me. I don't want to live. Thea was speechless. You win, I can't afford to offend you. After observing for a while, she realized that the phantom was quite interesting. Without a host, he was invincible, but with a host, he immediately shrank. According to Thea's estimation, it was a problem of purity. Without a host, he was God's vengeful spirit. There was only one word to describe it: strong. With a host and impurities, his realm instantly fell to the mortal realm. Now that he had become a black lamp, his power was separated by a layer. From Thea's point of view, she could still take him down with some effort. She was depressed. This guy could only be fought by her. It was a joke to leave him in Gotham and let Dick, Barbara, and the others deal with him. Hey, big guy. She raised her hand and struck the phantom's face with lightning. His granite-like face didn't change at all. Even after being changed hands by the black lamp, the supreme power made him immune to most magic. Thea's lightning could turn a normal person into ashes, but in front of this person, it disappeared without even a splash. The 100-meter-tall judge looked at her, as if he was judging whether she was guilty or not. The result was good. In his eyes, Thea wasn't a good person, but she wasn't a bad person either. Chapter 840. The spirit turned back to deal with the ordinary criminals. Thea formed a sword with her right hand and aimed at the spirit's chest from afar. The light element magic was compressed to the extreme, and the sword was dazzling. Even in this dark night, It was as bright as the sun. The giant raised his hand to block, but Thea flipped her wrist and the sword continued to attack his head without flinching. "Don't obstruct my sacred mission." The giant was a little annoyed and said with a thunderous voice, "Do you really think you're a spirit? Wake up, you're just a copy of Jim Corrigan's memory. You're neither a spirit nor the host. You're just the host's corpse." Thea's words made the spirit fall into a daze. She took the opportunity to draw a cross on the spirit's chest. Unfortunately, the difference in size between the two was too big. The 7 to 8 meter long wound healed instantly on the spirit's body. Looking at the stranger who was watching the show from afar, Thea took out a blue lamp ring. This was given to her by the saint as a souvenir of the blue lamp's honorary leader. Wearing the blue lamp, she used the lamp ring that she hadn't used for a long time. She already had feelings of hope, and now with the help of the lamp ring, the light of hope shone brightly, illuminating the whole of Gotham with an inexplicable sense of optimism. The stranger saw Thea's manifestation and almost jumped out to scold her. He saw the young mistress make an oversized version of the stranger according to the stranger's attire, with a blue cape and a blue hat. From afar it looked quite similar. Originally, when Thea said that he wasn't a spirit, the black lamp spirit's consciousness space was already a little shaken. Even if Jim Corrigan was just an ordinary police officer, after being possessed by a spirit, it meant that he was extraordinary. The empty corpse still had a trace of its own consciousness, but it was very faint. Even the black lamp Diana had it, not to mention the spirit's host. Now that he saw the stranger that Thea had manifested, the host's memory finally took over. He remembered a lot, including his own life, his betrayal by the stranger, and his death under the gang's gunfire. "Phantom stranger, you are guilty of deceit." The attention of the Black Lantern spirit was finally diverted from the Gotham criminals on the ground. Old and new hatred surged forth, and the human nature took over. Thea saw the sudden change and almost laughed out loud. She waved her hand and said, "Stranger, don't look. Come here, he's calling you." He had been watching the show happily from afar, but he didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse, and he was suddenly blamed for it. Even Thea could feel the subtle differences. Stranger was with the big boss every day, so he knew even better. The spirit of the Black Lantern borrowed Jim Corrigan's mouth to say, "Stranger Phantom, you are guilty." These words were spoken casually by normal people, like Green Arrow, who would say, "Mo so-and-so, you've let down this city." Normal people spoke casually without any effect. But the Spectre was different. He represented God. Even if Black Lamp was using the host and the host was using the Spectre to say those words, it was still extraordinary. Moreover, his words were like the law. Stranger was speechless. Nothing good ever came out of meeting Thea, and he was the one who did it all. The Spectre didn't find the wrong person to look for, but he became the main character instead of a spectator. He could only sigh. He rolled up his sleeves and let's fight. Jim Corrigan's will is still in his body. As long as we save him, we can end the battle. Before Thea came, he had been watching the show for a long time. He didn't understand the principles of the Black Lantern, but it wasn't hard to break it. Thea didn't need him to say anything. When she cut open the Spectre's chest, she had already discovered that there was a normal person hiding inside. Now, she just confirmed her guess. This spirit of the Black Lantern spirit was very weak. He didn't know how to rebuild his consciousness, control space and time, control the mind, or control energy. He only knew how to punch and kick like a barbarian. Judging criminals was his instinct, but neither Thea nor Stranger was afraid of this move. The Spectre's original body couldn't judge the Limitless clan. Although Miss was only a reserve, this Spectre was also a fake. Stranger was even more so. He wanted to judge him to death, but God didn't let him die. Since death was useless, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit could only fight with his fists and kicks. Stranger also had the ability to grow. The three giants surrounded each other and started fighting. The scene that appeared in front of the Gotham crowd was two giants with blue capes and blue hats beating up a giant with a green cape and green hat. From afar, the two blue capes looked exactly the same. "Phantom Stranger, you're guilty. Phantom Stranger, you deserve to die. Phantom Stranger." The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit couldn't beat them, so he could only take advantage of them with his mouth. Stranger was depressed. "Two people fighting you, why do you keep cursing me?" The lantern ring was very good at imitating. The stranger that Thea conjured was very lifelike. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell who was real and who was fake. "You're guilty." The three of them were fighting. Suddenly, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit slapped towards Thea's right. Who was he hitting? Seeing that she wasn't the target, Thea didn't care. However, she saw Stranger on her left. What was on her right? She heard a loud shout, "Hank, be careful." Thea hurriedly turned her head and saw the Warhawk in his white combat suit and red cloak. Hank Hall was caught off guard as he flapped his wings in a bid to leave the range of the Warhawk's palm. His younger brother, White Pigeon Hall, also stood in front of him, hoping to block the strike for his brother. Unfortunately, Tang Hall was too pure. The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit's hand passed through his body without any hindrance and hit Hank Hall directly. The wrath of God wasn't something he could withstand. His hands were stained with blood. Hank Hall was directly smashed into powder. Even his soul didn't escape. "No. I'll kill you." The furious Tang Hall ignored Thea and Stranger and punched the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit. "You're not guilty. Get out of the way." The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit looked at White Dove for a long time. This person was surrounded by holy light. Not only was he not guilty, he would be the best of the best even in heaven. He couldn't judge him. White Dove ignored him. He only wanted to avenge his brother. At first, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit didn't care. Thea and Stranger didn't stop attacking. They wanted to avenge War Eagle at least. However, after exchanging 2 blows, they all retreated. It was because the White Dove was too dazzling at this moment. Being pure didn't mean that he was easy to bully. White Dove had long forgotten the fact that he was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. As he attacked selflessly, dazzling white light appeared around his body. God, it's hard to imagine there's such a person in the human world? Angel Zorier, who had been following Stranger, walked out. He couldn't understand why this human was more angelic than an angel. Compared to White Dove, he, the Real Eagle Angel, was like a fake. Chapter 841. Connection disconnected. Connection disconnected. In Gotham City, many of the black lights that came into contact with the White Dove's light disconnected and turned back into bones. Everyone looked at the place where they fought, wanting to know what happened. "Don't stop it." The white light in front of her became brighter and brighter, covering the whole of Gotham. Thea only felt sad, heartbreaking sadness. In the strong light, he vaguely saw another Thea. He saw the little unicorn waving at her and being separated by force. This represented the kindest side of her. In the end, she fully burned with the White Dove and turned into a white light that hit the chest of the Black Lantern Spectre. Thea reached out her hand a few times and stopped several times. The past was the past, and she did not regret it. Even if she had to start all over again, she would still work hard to move forward. The white light enveloped the whole city and spread out for hundreds of miles. All the black lights in the area disconnected. However, the Black Lantern spirit was truly powerful. Facing the final blow of the White Dove that burned away its life force, it still managed to hold on. However, its gray body was severely damaged, and its dignified face was also burned by the white light until it looked like a ghost. Thea did not have time to feel sad for the brothers War Eagle and White Dove. She saw an opening and used her arms to block the spirit's punch. At the same time, her hands were like hooks, grabbing the spirit's chest and tearing it apart. The rotten flesh could not stop her. There was no flesh or heart behind the gray chest, only a curled-up figure. "Quick, pull the main body out." She shouted for the stranger's help. The stranger did not hesitate. He reached out and pulled out the host trapped in the Black Lantern spirit. Swoosh! As if a waterfall fell from the sky, a huge amount of energy poured down. The blue lantern was shattered, and Thea retreated hundreds of meters. The stranger was still holding the host in his hands. He was familiar with this energy. The real spirit had descended. The light flowed and the Black Lantern was shattered into pieces. The host returned to his position, and so did the spirit. "Phantom stranger, you will die a horrible death." The host opened her eyes and saw the stranger hovering in front of her. She remembered that she was betrayed by this guy and was beaten into a sieve by the gang. The host's heart was filled with hatred, and she blurted out this sentence. The stranger almost vomited blood. "You said this when you were under control. Why did you say this when you were out of control? Don't you know that I saved you?" The original host and Spectre were much more powerful than before. However, at this time, the host had just woken up and was at the peak of his resentment. Spectre might have given control to the host for the sake of unity. Stranger was unlucky. He was grabbed by the neck by the spirit and questioned why he betrayed the host when he was still alive. The stranger was enraged. "You're grabbing my neck. How am I supposed to talk?" She hurriedly looked at Thea. "Can you explain?" He turned his head and saw that Thea's face was extremely pale. She reached out and touched the ground. Her expression was as sad as one could imagine. Strangers had wandered the world for thousands of years and had seen this kind of expression too many times. This was the expression of someone who had passed away. Could it be that those two fellows were her relatives? Generally speaking, when Stranger wasn't carrying out Voice of Heaven's mission, he was very humane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rebuilt his family, and Zolj wouldn't have stayed by his side all this time. Seeing how upset Thea was, he did not want to disturb her, so he could only take on the spirit. Thea was indeed not happy. Seeing the brothers Warhawk and White Dove die together, she didn't know what she could do. "Are they your friends?" The angel Zolj walked to her side. Thea looked at him strangely. "Shouldn't you be protecting Stranger at this time? Old Stranger is about to be strangled to death by the spirit." She pondered for a moment and was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. "Yes, they are good people. Shall I lead them to heaven?" the angel said. "But their souls are already." Zolj pulled out his long sword. The blade lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Specks of fluorescent light gathered in the air. Many drifting fragments slowly gathered and finally took shape. Thea could see that the other party's method was not purely using souls. He had added some blessings, prayers, and the like. It was somewhat similar to the power of will in her order scale. Two colorless balls of light floated in the air. One of them was emitting a red light, which was the War Eagle. The other one was too powerful, flickering with brilliance. Even from far away, one could feel the divine aura contained within, which was the White Dove. Zolj put away his sword. His breath was a little unstable. It could be seen that using Heaven's method to reassemble souls was not easy for him. "I brought these two souls back to heaven. They should be respected," the angel said solemnly. Thea glanced at him. "What are you pretending for?" The Warhawk was just incidental. The White Dove was the key. They would be respected. You would also be praised, right? From Thea's point of view, angels most likely had records of performance evaluations. Zolj had followed Stranger for thousands of years. His previous evaluations had always been a 0. Now, he had swept away all the negative trends. A soul like the White Dove was rarely seen. Perhaps his promotion and salary would depend on this. Thea nodded lightly, indicating that she would let him go. Zolj swept up the two souls and returned to heaven in a flash of white light. He even forgot about his good friend Stranger. Strangled by the spirit, Stranger reached out his left hand to the angel in despair. What he meant was, "Brother, don't run. At least give me a hand." Seeing that the angel had disappeared, he turned to look at Thea. She waved at him and ran away too. Thea was relieved. The spirit could not kill Stranger. He would just beat him up to vent his anger. She followed the two balls of light from afar. The souls of the Warhawk and the White Dove were brought back to heaven, but their powers were left in the world. Heaven also needed purity. Heaven did not care about the flying abilities, super strength, and super speed on Earth. She saw the balls of light fly into the bodies of a pair of sisters named Holly Granger and Dorn Granger. She made the sisters the new Warhawk and White Dove before leaving. The souls were taken away. The powers left behind now had nothing to do with her. What they did in the future was up to them. Only then did she have time to pay attention to the dead. After some investigation, she noticed that the dead were gone. At least, they were not in the physical world. This guy ran into the Black Death King's body? Thea did not know that the Atom Man was also in there. She could not help much. Fortunately, the Black Death King would be summoned later. Then the dead would be free. Next, she ran around several major cities and teleported around with the amulet of Anka. The first wave of attack of the Black Lanterns was blocked as expected. Fiora and Hal Jordan worked together and defeated General Zod. After that, they went to Star City. Oliver, who was in a dilemma, could only barely resist the old Black Lantern Robert. Fiora and Hal arrived and solved this big problem for him. Superman was providing support all over the world. Wherever there was danger, he would be there. Chapter 842. Energy 41. 19%. Thea heard the number in the black light ring and calculated the time. It was not too much beyond her expectations. In an hour at most, the Black Death Emperor would descend into the material world. She had to rescue the Green Lantern Corps immediately. The Green Lanterns could not defeat the Black Lanterns without the help of the other Green Lanterns. First, she contacted Kerrigan, who was lying in ambush outside Ura. The Guardian who escaped earlier must have returned to Ura. Thea was very unhappy. This bastard ran away without saying a word. If he ran back, Gant's authority would be reduced. She might as well let him be a guest at the Sharp Insectoids. Thea was very interested in the little blue man. She could interrogate him later to see how many secrets he knew. Kerrigan was weaker than the little blue man in a one-on-one fight, but the insectoids did not encourage one-on-one fights. With thousands of insectoids piling up, Thea was very confident in the outcome of the battle. After briefly explaining the situation to Diana and the others, she teleported back to the main planet of the Blue Lantern Corps. Her doppelganger had arranged everything here and was waiting for her to depart. "I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Remember this, Blue Lantern." A burly man wearing red armor with a big head and a thick body. From afar, he looked like a wall. This ferocious alien was the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, Attikitis. Compared to him, the Saint was thin and weak like a stick. However, the Saint's faith was firm and he did not back down at all. Thea, of course, would not let her subordinates be bullied. She stood in front of the Saint and sized up this explosive guy. There was no need for any laser or emotional impact. Just a simple stare calmed down Attikitis, whose heart was filled with rage. "Attikitis, I am Attikitis." The Red Lantern Corps leader tried to make a last stand. Thea acted as if she did not hear him. "Attikitis, this is the name you abandoned for a long time. I know you. If you don't want to participate in this battle, you can leave. I don't lack anger." She then stared at the Red Lantern Corps leader with fire in her eyes. The Red Lantern Corps leader looked at her for 2 seconds and chose to retreat. Thea looked to the other side. An orange figure was hiding in the shadows, trying to hide. You greedy old dog. Do you dare to stand out with your head held high?" Laughless was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say that I can't appear in front of you again?" Thea felt that 3 black lines must have appeared on her forehead. She forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle him to death. With her return, Yellow Lantern Sinisto, Blue Lantern Saint, Green Lantern Maiden, Red Lantern Attikitis, Orange Lantern Laughless, and Purple Lantern Carol Ferris were all present. The 6 colored lanterns were clearly divided into their respective teams. The number of yellow lanterns was the largest. Even though Thea had removed many of the cruel members, there were still more than 1,000 of them. The Green Lanterns were slightly inferior, but there were still nearly 800 of them. The remaining lamps were all in a terrible state. There were only 50 purple lanterns left, 30 red lanterns, 4 blue lanterns, and only 1 orange lantern, Laughlets, was left. She originally wanted to depart immediately, but in her impression, whether it was in the movies or in reality, the leader always had to say a few words. The Saint also told her that no matter what, she had to do a motivational speech to let everyone have hope and understand the meaning of the battle. In short, this was a habit before a big battle. She thought about the wording and made an opening speech. "I know that everyone is confused. Why do we have to rescue the Green Lanterns? Aren't they our enemies? Let me tell you the reason. I want benefits. I won't do anything without benefits. Liz hugged his orange lantern and squatted on the ground muttering. Thea pretended not to hear and continued her speech. The black lanterns must be destroyed. They are the enemies of all life. They will fill our bodies with death. Endless emptiness will fill the universe. Emptiness? That must be referring to my stomach. I haven't eaten for 2 hours. Liz continued to mutter in a low voice. Thea was furious. Talk more nonsense and I'll kill you. Seeing the young lady's eyes burning with anger, Liz trembled in fear and instantly shrank back. After being interrupted twice by him, Thea forgot the generosity that she had been brewing. She hurriedly said a few words. She talked about how the teeth would be cold without the lips, how the green lanterns could not be destroyed without the green lanterns, and how the green lanterns could not be destroyed without the 6 lanterns. After repeating the same words, she waved her hand and teleported them off. Your Majesty, have you seen Gand? Protector said asked her in a low voice. Said was Gant's girlfriend. This couple had been together for hundreds of millions of years. She had to admit that it was quite impressive. Even though she was deprived of her feelings, said still stuck with Gand. Thea had a good impression of them. They were rare good people among the blue men. Just like the guy who was saved by Diana in the central city. He was not very capable, but he was so arrogant that he flew back without saying goodbye. She had no qualms about dealing with people like that. But she was still very polite to Gand and said, Don't worry, Lord said. Gand is still in Ura. We will gather our forces and rescue them. Using the Green Lantern's teleportation, they arrived at Ura's main planet. There was a large number of protective devices and anti-air technology around the planet. Now, they were all destroyed. The protectors had spent a lot of effort to maintain the planet. The Green Lantern Corps had participated in the construction of Ura's main planet for hundreds of millions of years. Now, more than half of it was covered in darkness. Only bits of green could be seen through the gaps in the darkness, proving that there were still people resisting there. Thea closed her eyes. She could communicate telepathically too, but she was not as skilled as the Martian hunters. She frowned slightly and contacted Gand. There were 3,600 sectors, and 2 green lanterns in each sector. That was a total of 7,200 people. Including the same number of reserves, the Green Lantern Corps was the universe's police force and had the most people. Unfortunately, there were less than 2,000 green lanterns around Gand on Ura's main planet. Excluding those who were in their sectors and could not return to the main planet in time, almost half of them had been sacrificed. After dark, even if the Green Lantern Corps armed all the reserves, only 1 lantern could be stationed in each sector. With less than 2,000 people, they could contend against hundreds of thousands of black lanterns. Hundreds of thousands of greatest green lanterns who could use the lantern ring when they were alive. Other than that, there were many enemies who had been defeated by the green lanterns. Thea saw a big guy. It was Mungo, a giant who could single-handedly defeat the entire Justice League. He did not go to Earth in this timeline. Instead, he came to Ura and was killed by the full force of the Green Lanterns. After his death, his body became part of the Little Blue Men's collection. Thea still had his son's body in her hands. She had sealed it in the new world in advance as a precaution. Now that Mungo had risen, and a large number of space criminals had been resurrected, the fate of the Green Lantern Corps could be said to be precarious. They could be wiped out at any time. Gand joined the battle several times, but he could only retreat. Wait a moment. Thea ordered the troops to stop. She half-squatted on the ground and began to draw a formation. Why aren't we killing our way in? Gand is in danger. Said anxiously. Qing Nu stopped her. Lord said, please wait a moment. Ura's space is abnormally slow. We can't teleport in, and the enemy can't come out. Lord Thea should be doing a more advanced space decryption. Said remembered that before she was exiled, she was also a member of the Guardians. She did know about this. Teleportation was not a very advanced skill. Esper abilities, psychic abilities, psionic abilities, and magic could all achieve similar effects. As Guardians, they naturally sealed their own space tightly. This was very awkward. The Green Lanterns inside could not meet them, and they could not kill their way in. Chapter 843. Thea lowered her head to calculate as she drew a magic circle. Don't worry, my portal can send everyone in, but I need some time to dismantle your OUA's space gap. I don't want to go in. Only Laughlets could say something like that. Thea lowered her head and ignored him. The method used by the Guardians was completely different from hers, more like a technological method. Fortunately, she was a genuine Grand Wizard, and with her suppressive level, she quickly found a flaw. A bright and colorful portal was directly erected. The black lanterns in the distance had already discovered them, and swarmed towards them like mosquitoes and flies. Go in, go in. Thea ordered her subordinates to go in immediately. The green lanterns were the most active, and the yellow lanterns were still unwilling to fight alongside the green lanterns, but under her strong pressure, they chose to obey. The remaining purple lanterns, blue lanterns, and red lanterns entered the portal one by one. Laughlets wanted to run, and his eyes were evasive. You get in too. Grabbing him by the collar, Sia threw Laughlets, who was trying to slip away, into the room. She raised her hand and a fire tornado and 2 chain lightning repelled the black lanterns. She was the last to enter the portal and canceled the teleportation. Her main goal was to meet up with the green lanterns, and she did not want to be attacked from both sides. The other side of the portal was very crowded. Seth and Gonda were hugging each other, and the remaining green lanterns were looking at the 6 lanterns in a daze. The intensity of the battle was too high, and it made them a little slow. On the other hand, they all had the same thought. Damn, there are so many colorful lights in the universe? Akiro, give me back my brother's life. A nameless character saw the Yellow Lantern General Akiro, and rushed towards him like a madman, ignoring his trembling body. Sinisto, you traitor! A few other mentally retarded people mixed their own planet's dialect with the common language, and yelled that they wanted to clean house. Sinisto was extremely brave, and even dared to punch the Heavenly Father, so he did not care about these nameless characters, and raised his left hand to attack. Thea hurriedly pulled him back, and at the same time, as if she was pushing an old woman, she knocked down a few stupid green lanterns in one move. How did they survive until now when they came to fight without seeing anything? Idiots! I know you don't believe it, but the green light mixed with any kind of light can defeat those black lights. But that's not the main point. The main point is that we have to break out immediately. A bunch of brainless green lanterns. Telling them about the disaster that the universe was facing was simply unrealistic. They would not believe it at all. Thea's plan was to kill their way out and then find a place to have a chat. Gonda immediately responded. As the most humane guardian, he had a high prestige among the green lanterns, especially now that there was no news of the remaining guardians. Everyone chose to obey. However, there were still many green lanterns who avoided eye contact, as if they were afraid that the yellow lanterns would sneak up on them from behind. They weren't vigilant when they should have been. Thea secretly commented on this group of people. That's right. Let's kill our way out first. We'll talk later. The alien green lantern with a fish head and 4 arms was the first to respond. Thea knew him. He was Sarek, the Green Lantern who controlled all kinds of chores on the main planet of Ura, or rather, the Green Lantern Supervisor. He was usually responsible for some of the missions issued by the higher-ups. To some extent, he was the bridge between the Guardians and the Green Lanterns. Yes, let's kill our way out. A few of Hal Jordan's friends who had seen Thea also voiced their support. There was harmony, and naturally, there were disharmony. Shut up. You betrayed the Green Lanterns. You're not my father. I have nothing to do with you. A purple-skinned woman pointed her finger at Sinisto, wanting to eat him up. Sinisto raised his arm and wanted to slap her. Thea could only grab him again. She had seen this woman before. She was Solonique Nada, Sinisto's daughter. Back in Corriga, Sinisto's family who did not betray the Green Lanterns were actually very happy. Unfortunately, everything had changed. If there's anything, you father and daughter can go out and fight. I don't care even if you kill me. Now behave yourselves. The pressure that belonged to the gods surged in all directions. Intelligent creatures could feel a throbbing from their souls. Laughflies hid behind Attikitis. I don't care what grudges you had before. Now shut up. I showed mercy last time in OU. Do you really think I won't dare to kill? A group of people then connected Thea to the people who fought the Green Lanterns and the Guardians. The large-scale soul shock last time had caused them to rest for a few months. They had just recovered. In fact, they were also complaining in their hearts. You were wearing regular clothes last time. This time, you've changed into a disguise. We don't know you. In the eyes of the aliens, Earthlings all looked the same. You change clothes every day. Who would know you? No matter how much the Green Lanterns complained, the strong were respected. At least they understood this principle of the universe. The crowd quieted down, tacitly acknowledging the fact that they were fighting side by side. Thea looked at the saint. She had to at least apply the buff before attacking. The saint understood and raised his right hand. The remaining 3 members also raised the blue lamp that symbolized hope. The blue light shone brightly, followed by the exclamations of the Green Lanterns and Red Lanterns. Oh my God, my ring can recharge itself. 110%, 115%, the ring can break through the limit. Except for a few Green Lanterns who had participated in the Battle of Darkseid on Earth, it was the first time for most people to enjoy the ring breaking through the limit. For a moment, they felt that they were full of energy. The better the ring's material could reach 150%, and the worse ones could reach 120%. Thea looked at Adachitus. Let's see the bravery of the Red Lantern Corps. Of course, Adachitus didn't want to be the vanguard. The Red Lanterns were violent, but they weren't stupid. There were hundreds of thousands of enemies outside, and it would be dangerous to be the first to rush out. But he couldn't not go. He looked violent, but when he was still called Adachitus, he was a psychologist. When he became the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, anger didn't overwhelm his rationality. Instead, it gave him a new ability, divination. Using the bones of the enemy to perform divination, this guy could be considered a mystical to a certain extent. Said found Lawfleets and contacted the Red Lantern with the intention of giving it a try. He didn't expect Lawfleets to agree. This was the reason why the Red Lantern Corps was here. The divination told him that he had to come. There would be benefits if he came, but if he didn't, he would die. Thea saw that he didn't move and was a little impatient. What was the meaning of this? Not listening to orders? I'll go. Although he was more than 2 meters tall, much taller than Thea, he felt like a dwarf. His gaze became colder and colder as he looked at Thea. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly led his subordinates to charge out. Thea gave Qing Nu a look. Qing Nu led more than 100 people and followed closely behind the Red Lantern Corps. Adachitus was a long-lived species. He had lived for hundreds of millions of years since the massacre in Sector 666. His combat experience could only be described as rich. This was his fighting style. He conjured a blood-red great axe and shield and charged left and right amidst a group of Black Lanterns. His subordinates were much worse. They were all like madmen, violently attacking any enemy they caught. There was no formation to counter them at all. Unlike the other 6 lanterns, anger energy surged in their bodies instead of blood. They could spit out this energy in battle and inflict heavy damage to their enemies. But that little bit of damage was nothing to the Black Lanterns. Qing Nu was on the battlefield, but she still maintained her otherworldly demeanor. The Blue Lanterns didn't use rings. Instead, they used a kind of cane. One of the important functions of the cane was that it could borrow light for a short period of time. Knowing why Thea wanted them to come out, the Blue Lanterns took turns to use their 7-colored light as if they were performing. Naturally, there was also green light among them. Chapter 844. The green lights were dumbfounded. So, it's not us. Their mentality fell from being saviors to the ground, and they began to consider some practical problems. See? Green light with any type of light can make the Black Lanterns go offline. Don't hesitate. Kill our way out of OUA and head to the main planet of the Blue Lanterns. Thea gave the order to break out. The green lights responded in unison. They saw Qing Nu and her subordinates working together to destroy the Black Lanterns. Their morale was greatly boosted. As long as they could kill the Black Lanterns, it was fine. They had been fighting for half a day, and none of them had died. That was too desperate. The Yellow Lanterns seemed to want to prove that they were stronger than the Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns did not back down. They were all elites. If the Black Lanterns could be killed, then there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, the resurrection was a corpse, not the person himself. If the Black Lanterns went offline after hitting the ring, then they would only have 2 health points. They could win with a little cooperation. For a moment, the main planet of Oua was illuminated by a 7-colored light. Everyone rushed out together. Whether it was teleportation or flying, it was better than being trapped in Oua. In order to let them practice their cooperation, Thea used the excuse of running out of teleportation materials and followed the main group. Halfway through, Sarek suddenly thought of a problem. He asked Ganthercide, "What about the central power? Without it, the ring will run out of energy very quickly." Thea was surprised. "You still have the central power?" Sarek said truthfully, "As long as the Green Lanterns are in Oua, the central power will never go out." He looked like a devout believer. Thea was a little amused. "You guys are too idealistic. Do you think you have the central power just because you have the Green Lanterns? How did you deduce this causal relationship? How could you believe this kind of nonsense?" It was the ion shark that was supplying the power. She looked at Ganthercide with a half-smile. The ion shark could not be abandoned. It was the oldest lantern beast. There were so many people in the 7-lantern corps. It would take some effort to carry it back. The central power was easy to find. It was dozens of meters tall and could be seen by anyone with eyes. The main group made a slight turn and rushed out while carrying the central power. Just as they were about to rush out of Oua, the Black Lanterns behind them covered the sky. The leader was the giant Mungo. There were also countless enemies in front of them. "I'll cover you guys." Hal Jordan's good friend, the hippo head Kilowog, stood out bravely. He wanted to use his own strength to stop the pursuers behind him and buy time for the rest of the team. Green Lantern's courage was not for show. In an instant, more than 10 Green Lanterns stood out, ready to fight to the death to bring up the rear. No need. Keep up with the main group. I have my own arrangements. Get over here." Thea grabbed Orange Lantern Lafris. This guy was slacking in front of her. Even if she could tolerate it, she couldn't. "Use your materialization to block the pursuers behind us." Many of them had never seen an Orange Lantern before. Kilowog and the others couldn't bear to watch the skinny Laflis do it. The giant Mungo in the distance had an arm thicker than Laflis' waist. Even the Black Lantern couldn't hide his brutal aura. Which of the remaining people who could be left behind by the Guardians to boast about their battle achievements weren't famous, fierce people? The Green Lanterns felt that Laflis wouldn't even be able to make a splash. Wasn't this sacrifice in vain? Thea found it funny. She didn't expose the cruel reality. Your lantern rings had 100% energy, but this guy's energy was 100,000%. It was like a bug in the system. Sometimes she even wondered if it was because God was attached to the Schnauzer, so he had a special preference for the dog-headed guy. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that the Orange Lantern was so ridiculously strong. Laflis was 120% unwilling, but under Thea's coercion, he could only release a bunch of lantern rings to stop the pursuers. A few Green Lanterns, who were full of courage and prepared to cover the rear, were shocked when they saw the overwhelming orange brilliance that filled their vision. They didn't know the special characteristics of the orange lamp ring, and thought that Laflis was a hidden expert. A bunch of people rushed out of Ura's main star with the Green Lantern's main energy source. The Green Lanterns worked together to lead the team back to Ura's main star. The Blue Lantern's main star's quiet and comfortable environment filled with positive emotions made many Green Lanterns relax. A bunch of people were either lying down or sitting down. They were all exhausted. Thea led a few leaders to a unified view. Actually, there was no consensus. Wasn't the reason why they spent so much effort to save them to support Earth? The Yellow Lanterns and the Green Lanterns who were directly under her had no objections. Sinisto was gloriously ignored. The Blue Lanterns who were partly under her, and the Orange Lanterns who were intimidated into silence also had no objections. The leader of the Purple Lanterns, Carol Ferris, was an Earthling. She couldn't wait to fly back. The Red Lantern's Atakitas divined and agreed to support Earth. The only trouble was the Green Lanterns. Sarek was puzzled. Why do we have to go to Earth? There are so many planets in the universe that are suffering. Why don't we support them? Or we can take back Yura's main star. Thea glanced at Gond. The little blue man shook his head slightly at her, indicating that he couldn't say anything about the spirit of existence. She couldn't explain it to this bunch of Green Lanterns, so she could only let them fight among themselves. She summoned the few Green Lanterns from Earth. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, John Stewart, and the newcomer Kyle Rayner, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, spread out to the crowd to explain the importance of supporting Earth. Hal Jordan was a popular man. Half of the army had bragged and drunk with him. Although a bunch of people felt that the reason was a bit far-fetched, they still decided to go to Earth. Some gave face, and naturally, there were also cynical remarks that didn't give face. Thea stopped Hal, who was about to go fight. Those who don't want to go can stay here and protect Odium. We can't lose the main star of the Blue Lanterns. If Earth is lost, we can still fight back from here. The large group immediately split up. The Green Lanterns left more than 300 people, and Thea also left more than 300 Yellow Lanterns, who didn't look so good, to help defend. The rest all went to Earth. Thea, Barry said that a big guy came out of Seaside City. Diana said in the long-distance communication. Was the Black Death Emperor finally summoned? Thea's eyes narrowed. The moment had finally come. She had a brief conversation with Gonde, and the little blue man nodded at her. Thea immediately took Green Lantern Hal Jordan, Yellow Lantern Sinisto, Green Lantern Lady, Blue Lantern Saint, Red Lantern Atakitas, Purple Lantern Carol Ferris, and the unwilling Orange Lantern Laughless to Earth first. She found Diana first. The Valkyrie was surrounded by the Black Lanterns. Maxwell Lauder, the traitor in the Darkside War, was pulled up by the Black Lanterns again. He immediately gathered the Black Lanterns to find Diana. 7 lanterns descended. Maxwell saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. They didn't have time to care about such a small character. They fought and retreated, and finally broke out of the encirclement. A huge Black Lantern energy has descended on Seaside City. Barry is there. He said that he also saw a tall black shadow. Diana said urgently. Chapter 845. Now that Black Death King had appeared, Thea certainly wouldn't run over and start the fight. She brought 7 lanterns, Diana and herself, as well as the Flash who was running around Seaside City to observe. There were only 10 of them. A super boss like Black Death King had to be fought together. If 40 companions weren't enough, she would bring 400. She had to cultivate everyone's initiative. After all, Earth wasn't her home. After sensing everyone's location, Thea found the Flash and brought them to the mothership to discuss the final battle. The serious black man with an eye patch was becoming more and more like the braised egg next door. As Thea listened to him giving out various orders, she felt a sense of accomplishment. The black man's situation was much better than that of the original space-time where he didn't have a job and had to take care of his wife and children. There were many superheroes on the mothership. Although some heroes could fly, they couldn't fly as fast as the mothership. Not to mention, they could rest here and have all kinds of backup. Most importantly, the mothership's stealth technology was very good. Other than Superman, who was not afraid of anything, the rest of the superheroes were basically here. There was the International League, the Female League, Amanda's Suicide Squad, and some young heroes. Like Red Robin, Wonder Girl, Damian, Raven, Beast Boy, Blue Beetle, and so on. Why are these guys here? The Flash was a little confused as he looked at a few familiar faces. They were all his good neighbors in the Central City. Captain Frigid, Heatwave, the weather wizard who was pardoned after the rain in the New World, Captain Frigid's sister, Golden Glider, and Mirror Master who could pass through glass. "We're here to help," Captain Frigid said ambiguously, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. What help? They were clearly here to take refuge. Thea knew that the passage between the two worlds in the Central City was now wide open. From time to time, a few Black Lanterns would jump out. Cisco, Caitlin, Wally West, Bart Allen, and the other superheroes from Earth 2 were guarding there. However, she didn't expose them. Captain Lung and his gang were not bad people. They followed the principle of, don't kill unless it's absolutely necessary. They never bullied women and children. Their main business was to play with the Flash, and their side business was to rob banks when they had nothing to do. To be honest, with the money they robbed, any banker or economic expert could make money faster than them. It could be said that these guys were basically harmless. After pulling Diana away, Thea was about to meet up with the Zhenglian Alliance to discuss the next step of the plan when she bumped into two people. Constantine, Zatanna, why are you here? Did something happen in the New World? Constantine's face was pale. Zatanna could only explain, the new continent is fine, but we heard that a few old friends have been revived. There were too many resurrected people, so Thea did not have time to observe them one by one. She asked casually, who are they? The ones from the Cold Flame Vatican who died before. Mage Sargon, Great Alchemist Tanarak, and I heard that someone saw my father. Giovanni Zatara? Zatanna nodded. There's also Nick Nacro and Felix Faust, Constantine added. Thea scratched her head at the sudden revival of so many magicians. She was the one who killed Felix Faust, and Nick Nacro had nothing to do with her. This man was Constantine and Zatanna's old friend. Constantine's yellow trench coat with high magic resistance originally belonged to Nick Nacro. However, these guys were no longer worth her concern. The Great Mage in the eyes of the world and the Great Mage in her eyes were completely different concepts. Thea thought for a moment. In order to deal with these 5 Great Mages who had been revived, she urgently mobilized 500 spellbreakers from the new creation planet's Magic Legion. It was more than enough to kill Black Lanterns and magicians. The Heavenly Father did not care about such a small matter. The 500 people came very quickly. A sonic boom opened, and 500 magic warriors in bright armor immediately came to receive orders. Thea glanced at Zatanna, meaning, is this enough? Not to mention your father's revival, even your ancestor Da Vinci's revival can make him die again. Knowing that she had returned with the 7 lanterns and Superman had entered the mothership, everyone briefly introduced the information they had. In the end, there was nothing much to say. The enemy was at their doorstep. Let's fight. Everything was still going according to the original plan. The Black Lantern's main energy source descended on Earth. It directly chose Seaside City, which was half destroyed by the Parallax Devils and rebuilt. Now it was completely a sea of corpses. Countless Black Lanterns occupied this place. In the center of the city, in front of the huge Black Lantern's main energy source stood several figures. Floating in the air was the traitorous guardian, Scarface. The black chains in her hands were still binding her 7 former guardians. There was also a crazy guy, the Earthling William Hand, code-named Blackhand. He was hugging 2 corpses and mumbling to himself. In the middle stood a tall figure. His hair was sparse and white, and his skin was covered with dark spots. His whole body was like a corpse. He wore a black robe, and there were huge shackles on his wrists and neck. However, the shackles had long been broken. The most eye-catching thing was the huge scythe in his hand. The scythe seemed to be able to absorb light. It was pitch black, and if an ordinary person looked at it, their heart would beat wildly, as if they were looking at a disaster. Even from a few miles away, the extraordinary aura of the Black Death Emperor could be felt. Come. Thea carefully observed the path that the Black Death Emperor took. His goal was to die peacefully, to die silently. To live peacefully, to die peacefully. There were no waves, no passion, only a process that looked like a program. All the intelligent lives were like floating sand in a long river in his eyes. They flowed down with the current without leaving any trace. Although the sand was almost endless, he did not care. He only wanted them to finish this journey peacefully. Thea frowned and carefully felt the principles behind it. The Black Death Emperor's death was different from hers. However, even if he did not take this path, there was no harm in observing. Other heroes did not have this realm. Diana knew that she was trying to reach the depths of the soul. She was worried that her lover would eventually go down the evil path. She was prepared to persuade her during their next interaction, but she did not stop her now that they were facing a great enemy. The 7 lanterns were the first to rush out of the mothership. They were all ordinary people and could only feel the bone-chilling coldness. This guy with the scythe was like their natural enemy. "Is this guy a lantern beast?" Carol asked. She had seen the purple lantern beast raiders before. Thea chuckled. "He's not. He's death itself. He represents the death of life." Such idealistic and even philosophical words made the seven lanterns a little dizzy. Only the magicians Constantine and Zatanna felt that they understood. Chapter 846. Let's attack. Hal Jordan charged forward without hesitation. Carol Ferris, his ex-girlfriend and current lover, was afraid that something would happen to him, so she charged forward as well. The rest of them, except for Laughless, also launched their own attacks. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. The Black Lanterns blocked the 6 of them. Black Hand, Scarface, and even the Black Death King remained motionless. Scarface was commanding the army, and Black Hand was still holding the 2 corpses in a daze. The Black Death King was a little strange. Thea noticed that his attention seemed to be on his feet, and he didn't even look at the 7 lanterns' attacks. Countless citizens turned into Black Lantern warriors, accompanied by a considerable number of people with superpowers. Just Sia alone had seen charm which, Killer Crocodile, Captain Boomerang, Maxwell Lauder, the second-generation Blue Beetle, Reverse Lightning, a few archmages, and many other familiar faces. "Let's go too," Thea said to Diana and Laughless beside her. The Valkyrie flew up to deal with Scarface, and Laughless unwillingly joined the battle after being kicked. The superheroes also joined the battle. After fighting with the Black Lanterns for a night, they had figured out the pattern. These corpses couldn't be killed, but they could be injured and handed over to the lanterns to deal with. "Everyone follow me. There's something wrong with that big guy. He seems to be doing something. We have to stop him no matter what." Thea originally wanted to delay a little more, but suddenly a will asked her for help. The voice was weak and almost inaudible. She listened for a long time before she realized that it was the will of the world. The spirit of existence was relying on the will of the world to beg her for help. Once the spirit of existence was born, the whole world would be in turmoil. The eyes of the universe's strongest would fall on Earth, and no one would be able to stand it. If there were a few Earthlings who wanted to blow up Earth to see what the spirit of existence was, it would be even more troublesome. She didn't gather the 7 lanterns because she wanted to see the difference between herself and the Black Death King. "Go back." A middle-aged man with a top hat flew in the air and tried to stop her. He was using Zatanna's family's irony magic. Sia didn't even look at it. Irony magic was nothing to her. She wasn't even afraid of the person herself, let alone this black lamp. He waved his hand and cast a disintegrate spell on Black Lantern Zatara. Zatara was caught off guard and shattered into powder like glass. He lay on the ground and slowly recovered. Facing the Black Death Emperor, Thea felt very calm. There was no doubt that the other party was stronger than her. In the multiverse where this level was equivalent to combat power, the Black Death Emperor was unquestionably a peak existence. Thea couldn't defeat Darkseid, but Darkseid couldn't defeat Black Death King either. Logically speaking, Black Death Emperor should have been able to crush Thea, but his huge scythe slashed diagonally across the sky. Thea focused half of her soul godly power and reached out with her left hand. When the 2 sides collided, a formless shockwave rippled out, sending her flying more than 10 meters. Although she was in a bit of a sorry state, she didn't have to expend much effort to receive it. Was it because their powers were of the same origin? A was stronger than B was stronger than C, but A might not be able to defeat C. Thea was a bit speechless, but this was good news. There were Black Lanterns all around her, so she wasn't afraid of accidentally injuring them. Countless godly power was mobilized, and thick soul power surrounded her body like a black robe. If the other party attacked her, she would definitely die. She had to be fully prepared before she could fight the other party. In a battle of laws, the use of magic was at its lowest. She was always successful in bullying muscular men, but against Black Death Emperor, magic wasn't useful. Thea pounced again. She found that Black Death Emperor's battle technique was the same. She took out her holy sword and slashed it. Black Death Emperor still used the same trick, but the angle of his attack was slightly off. If the scythe full of death energy was hit, it would be troublesome. Thea kicked the scythe's handle with her left foot and then stepped on it. She used the momentum to approach Black Death Emperor again. Black Death Emperor used the same trick and was wide open, but he didn't panic. The scythe that was stepped on disappeared into thin air and returned to Black Death Emperor's hand. He used the same trick again and slashed at her for the third time. Thea didn't dare to use her holy sword to block. Instead, she took out the Eagle Girl's hammer, a weapon forged from end metals, and threw it at the scythe. The blade and the hammer made contact, making a very dull sound. The hammer fell to the ground. Its appearance didn't change, but Thea felt that the hammer seemed to have lost some of its dexterity and became lifeless. Thea then tried to attack a few more times. The scythe was full of power. This was the strongest weapon Thea had seen so far. Ordinary magic weapons would break with a touch, and ordinary steel would shatter into powder. Black Death Emperor was more than 5 meters tall, and the scythe was the same length. It would be dangerous to attack at close range. Thea wanted to fight Black Death Emperor from a distance. She took out the get-rich longbow and couldn't help but feel pity. Black Death Emperor's scythe was one with him. It was more of a manifestation of death and should be classified as an origin weapon, not a divine weapon. The existence of this origin was also beyond the limits of the trade rules. Otherwise, it would be cool to bring the scythe over. A black arrow shot at Black Death Emperor. Black Death Emperor's withered head looked at her curiously. Why did she use such a small arrow? What's the use of it? Black Death King chose to take the arrow head-on. It was like the arrow had hit air. It went in from the front and came out from the back. The god power on the arrow was completely wiped out. It was less than a meter away from Black Death King's body, and it turned into dust. Well, Thea was stunned. This arrow was just a test. Black Death Emperor didn't need to absorb the whole arrow. She looked at him and found that Black Death Emperor's aura was slightly stronger. Thea almost cursed. This guy looked listless, but he was actually very cunning. He provoked Thea to attack, but he didn't dodge at all. He was waiting for her death. As the Lord of Souls, her understanding of death was definitely not as deep as Black Death Emperor's, but it was still useful. Looking at Black Death Emperor's calm face, Thea felt like he was mocking her. I'll let you have a taste of this. She drew the bow and knocked an arrow. This time, the arrow was imbued with anger. She wanted to see if this guy, who had never said anything, would fly into a rage. The arrowhead was as red as blood. The arrow was wrapped in a red mist-like energy. It shot towards Black Death Emperor with a long tail of flame. The explosion of emotions attracted Atticaides' attention. He kicked over the black lamps around him and stared at Black Death Emperor without blinking. He wanted to see if this arrow could hurt this big guy. Black Death Emperor wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't just stand there like a target for everyone to attack and practice their long-range skills. Realizing that the energy on the arrow had nothing to do with death, he swung his scythe to cut the arrow. However, he found that the arrow was coming at a tricky angle. His scythe was too long and too big. He had to lean to the side to have a good angle. Chapter 847. Just as Thea predicted, Black Death King didn't move at all. He grabbed the arrow with his left hand and crushed it into powder. The bright red energy didn't disappear because of the loss of the carrier. Instead, it climbed up his arm along his palm. It's anger. It's hot blood. Atticaides saw the anger in Black Death King's hand burning brighter and brighter. He was even happier than Thea, as if it was his victory. His morale was high. He knocked down a black lantern with his elbow and sprayed another black lantern with blood energy. What's this guy so happy about? Looking at Atticaides, who was almost dancing in excitement, Natasha was a bit confused. She didn't stop. Hope, fear, pity, and anger were attached to the arrows alternately. Every time she shot an arrow, she would change her target and shoot at Black Death King. Black Death King didn't move his feet. Something was wrong. She had to lure him. Thea didn't attack blindly. She was still trying to mix several emotions into one arrow. Without the super cheat that Big Brother Fate had given Kyle Rayner, she could only rely on the accumulation of her divine heritage. Anger and fear were undoubtedly negative emotions. Hope was positive, while pity was positive. In fact, it was a very inclusive emotion. It could be seen from how Qing Nu and the others could freely use the other 6 lanterns. Thea used pity as the foundation and added the other emotions in turn. Black Death King didn't fight back. Thea couldn't figure out why he didn't move his feet and kept shooting arrows without mercy. Pa! A bloody wound appeared on Black Death King's left hand, and a rotten smell came out. Along with it came the energy of the 4 emotions, but these emotions were all contaminated and couldn't be absorbed again. Help! Thea vaguely heard someone's voice in Black Death King's body. The voice was as soft as a mosquito and also familiar. It sounded like the Dead Man and the Atom Man. At this moment, Black Death King couldn't move his feet. His left hand was expelling all kinds of unnecessary emotions, and his right hand was holding the scythe. 2 little people popped up in Thea's mind. One of them asked her to grab the scythe. This thing had a certain death effect and was very powerful. However, it was a bit embarrassing to grab it. After all, she was a goddess. The other little person clapped his hands and shouted, "Good, good, go quickly." She didn't have time to think. While the Black Death Emperor was clearing his emotions, she covered her hand with soul power and grabbed the death scythe. At the same time, she poured a huge amount of divine power into the scythe. In the previous exchange, she had already discovered that this scythe had a higher requirement for purity. It was automatic when there were no external forces, but once there were external forces, only the Black Death Emperor could do it. She was afraid that the other party would take it away halfway, so she didn't care about the consumption and directly filled up her own god power. Hee, I do have a bit of fate with this item. Who cares if it's an origin weapon or not, I'll take it and study it. That was what Thea thought, and that was what she did. One grab. He couldn't grab it. It was as if the Black Death Emperor was rooted to the ground and gripped his weapon tightly. Thea felt that something was off. She had to let him walk. If the enemy wants to do something, we must destroy it. This guiding principle is absolutely correct. Originally, Thea wanted to act like an expert, but she found that no matter how hard she tried, Black Death Emperor wouldn't budge. Was it really that strong? Her one hand turned into 2, but he still didn't move. Although she wasn't good at strength, she wasn't that far off. Besides, what was this guy's feat? Was it the spirit of existence? No matter what he wanted to do, she had to destroy it. Diana, come help me. Farafira, come over. The young mistress had never had high moral values. Seeing that she was no match for him in this tug-of-war competition, she shamelessly called for help. As the Black Lanterns gathered, Earth's superheroes were also in a tough battle. Superman, Supergirl, the Righteous Alliance, the International Righteous Alliance, and a few other heroes were all present. The 7 Lantern Corps' main force had also arrived. Colorful emotions shone on the Black Lanterns. Although there were countless Black Lanterns, the heroes had already started their counterattack. Hearing the call, Diana and the rest hurried over to help. Don't touch the scythe. Grab me and pull me back. Thea ordered loudly. Then, Diana hugged her waist, Kara and Fiora each grabbed one of her legs, and the 4 of them pulled together. Harder! Harder! They were playing a game of tug-of-war with the Black Death King. By right, the 4 of them should have pulled the planet away, but the Black Death King still didn't move. Get a few more. I want women, strong ones. Thea continued to make arrangements. Her reputation was indeed high. Raven, Casey, Princess Spark, Starchaser, the new Battle Eagle and White Dove sisters, Mela, Blazing Fire, Icy Frost, Zatanna, and those who could fly and considered themselves strong, all went up to help. No one was stupid. The enemy didn't move. There must be a reason behind it. The bunch of heroines had lost their image, but they didn't mind because Superman and the rest were dumbfounded. Don't grab my breasts. Who is this? Kara looked back with a strange expression while guessing who had touched her. Hug my waist. Don't pull my skirt. Princess Spark couldn't figure out who had pulled her skirt away, and the bunch of women clamored. Sia's goddess-like demeanor was thrown out of the window when she saw the female heroes piled up on top of each other, desperately tugging at the Grim Reaper's scythe. A bunch of people could not touch the scythe and could only drag her along. Some hugged her waist, some hugged her thighs, and some hugged her legs. At this moment, she looked terrible. In contrast, the Black Death King also changed. His robe was still the same, but the unapproachable aura had dissipated. He couldn't care less about the residual emotions in his body. He wanted to get his weapon back. His legs didn't move, but his knees were bent, and he was in a not-so-standard riding position. His hands were also gripping the handle of the scythe tightly. It could be said that the goddess image was completely destroyed. The Black Death King wasn't much better than her. The unparalleled demeanor of the evil king was gone. Now, he was like a fool competing with a bunch of people. The power is enough, but the level is not enough. Thea was a little annoyed. Why didn't the Black Death King let go of her? Her image, Gond, Ikiro, Kero, Qing Nu, released the lantern beasts. Before coming, Thea had communicated with a few lantern beasts. There was no problem with possessing them now. The Black Death King wasn't just a great enemy of intelligent life, he was also a great enemy of the lantern beasts. After all, he was already dead. The Green Lantern Beast, Ion Shark, the oldest lantern beast, found Diana immediately. The God of Valor and the Lantern Beast of Valor were a perfect match. After wearing the yellow lantern for many years and holding the Book of Inspection, Fiora fused with the Parallax monster. The Purple Lantern Plunder chose Kara, who was full of love and was willing to sacrifice for love. In the end, Thea fused with the Green Lantern Changer Cuttlebone. She also had compassion as her foundation. Chapter 848. Green, purple, yellow, and cyan lights illuminated the sky, and the strength of the four women increased greatly. Among them, Diana was the most obvious. She wore a soft armor different from the Green Lantern, a green mask, dark green wristbands, boots, bright white stockings, shoulder pads, and a cape. At this time, she was full of firm belief. Even if it was just a glance, one would feel that their courage had increased 1,000 times. God, this appearance is Ion Man? He can become Ion Man without the lantern ring? Green Lantern Sarek, who was in charge of many secrets, asked Gonda with some uncertainty. Yes, Ion Man without the Green Lantern ring, Gonda said calmly. In fact, there was something in his heart that he did not say. The Guardians could fuse with the Lantern Beasts without using the lantern rings. The higher-level new gods would have no problem doing so. However, he did not expect the Ion Shark to be so eager to find Diana. There was almost no hesitation. For the Ion Shark that had lived for hundreds of millions of years, this was simply incredible. Fiora's transformation was the most traditional. She overflowed with the aura of fear, giving people a great sense of power. In terms of clothing, she added shoulder pads, cape, and boots on the basis of the yellow lantern ring. Kara's appearance was completely different. His whole face was covered by a bone mask, a silver-white breastplate, and a purple coat. There were some purple flames around his body that were uncontrollable. Thea was the strongest, so the change had no effect on her. There was only a touch of cyan at the corner of her eyes. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Kara, releasing a psychic shield. Stay awake and remember your mission. Diana and Fiora were both warriors, so she was not worried. Only the Purple Lantern Beast was a little eccentric, so she directly used magic to help Kara. After the flashy Lantern Beast merged, the overall momentum of the four rose. They could turn the courage of others into strength, and they could turn fear into motivation. This kind of improvement was almost limitless. Purple, green, yellow, and cyan lights lit up one after another. Half of the sky of Seaside City, which was shrouded in dark clouds, was illuminated. It only took 3 seconds for the rhythm to enter the second stage of the tug-of-war. Are you kidding me? You're not even moving. Thea cursed. The lowly who changed her name was quite loyal. She lent all her power to Thea and poked her head out from her shoulder to help encourage her. The remaining 3 fierce women were also gritting their teeth and exerting their strength. They had been fighting in the air, but now that they had landed on the ground, the Black Death Emperor had shrunk his body and turned into a 2-meter-tall skinny man, pitifully engaging in a tug-of-war with a bunch of fierce women. In order to foil the enemy's scheme, the girls created ditches under their feet. A few heroines who could not fly also joined in. The Black Death Emperor was stunned. He was barely holding on. Even though his feet had not left the ground, there were already wisps of black gas coming out from the cracks. Thea was even more certain that there was something wrong with his feet. Lanterns, come and protect us. Superheroes, distract him and attack him. Thea shouted at them. 7 lanterns hurriedly teleported to the inner side and erected a massive materialized defense against the black lanterns. Superheroes also used various long-range attacks to attack the Black Death Emperor. Superman's heat ray, the Martian hunter's psychic attack, and the Batfighter also spat out countless bullets filled with fear gas. Squeak! An almost inaudible sound entered Thea's ears. She was overjoyed. The Black Death Emperor almost lost his grip on the scythe. Although he quickly grabbed it with all his strength, it proved that his scythe could be snatched away. Continue. Attack again. Lanterns, send out an elite each and concentrate on attacking him. The Black Lanterns went crazy when they saw their boss's predicament. Scarface commanded the 7 Guardians to attack, but they were all stopped by Green Arrow, Flash, Poseidon, and the others. The 7 Lantern Corps sent out an elite from each of the defense lines with great difficulty to organize the assault. Attack his right hand. Thea was still giving ideas. She bet on her goddess's face that she must get the Black Death Emperor's scythe today. Qin Nu led the other 6 lanterns and fired at the Black Death Emperor's right hand that was holding the scythe. No, it's a little off. Hal, your light is too strong. It's a little weak. La Fleets, increase your attack power, or I'll kill you. Thea ordered them to create more trouble for the Black Death Emperor as she exerted her strength. She believed that the Black Death Emperor's defeat was only a matter of time. It's moving, it's moving. Supergirl was so tired that she almost fainted. With her good eyesight, she saw the scythe moving 1 centimeter in their direction. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. The Black Death Emperor was in a dilemma. He couldn't give up on his origin weapon, and he wanted to give up on the existence spirit under his feet. However, he was firmly trapped by the rules. He couldn't go in or out. Both sides had reached a critical point. It was a matter of who would give up first. Reality proved that the humans had more people and more power. The power was mixed. Dr. Light, the scientist who unintentionally absorbed a bit of light from Thea's sacred sword because of a scientific experiment, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since he had nothing better to do, the scientist shot out a ray of light from each of his hands and directly hit the Black Death Emperor's face. Among the many energy attacks and emotional attacks, his attack was unremarkable, but the effect was surprisingly great. The Black Death Emperor roared. His attention was diverted, and the scythe he was holding with both hands slipped out of his hands. He reacted quickly. The weapon was also his origin. He grabbed the scythe with both hands and pulled the scythe's handle in the opposite direction. Before he could celebrate, countless white lights appeared under his feet. An earth-shattering power suddenly erupted. The life force, which was completely opposite to the death aura, rushed into his body. The Black Death Emperor was caught off guard. He wanted to protect his origin weapon, but he also wanted to grab the existence spirit. In the end, his efforts were in vain. Boom, boom. With 2 consecutive explosions, the origin weapon broke in half. As a part of the Black Death Emperor, it was 120% unwilling to go to Thea's side. However, the girls were too enthusiastic, so the Death Scythe could only choose to cut in half. It exploded in the middle. If Thea looked at Anka's amulet and checked the ranking, she would see that the Black Death Emperor had dropped 30 places. On the other side, the existence spirit that the Black Death Emperor was about to pull out regained its freedom and cooperated with Thea to give the Black Death Emperor a fierce blow. This existence's left leg exploded. The rotten flesh and blood corroded the ground, creating deep pits. The originally white and withered hair actually had a hint of luster. This was a good thing for the living. It was like a withered tree returning to its youth. However, it was not good for the Black Death Emperor. After the decadent sound last time, he was blasphemed again. This time, it was much fiercer than last time. Last time, it was only a blow from afar, so the decadent sound did not affect him much. This time, it was different. This time, his body was attacked by the existence spirit. The life force that all life liked was poison to him. The originally peaceful and melodious death suddenly joined the hustle and bustle of life. He was at a loss. What was the meaning of life? Should life be a happy life or a peaceful death? the existence spirit gave him a big problem. His teeth grew again, and his skin seemed to want to regain its elasticity. The Black Death Emperor felt a palpitation that came from the source of his existence. He screamed and, ignoring the fact that his source was damaged, used the death aura to envelop the life aura and a large amount of the source. He vomited a mouthful of black blood, and in a burst of black and white light, the dead man and the Atom Man who were exploring his body were also vomited out. Chapter 849. The two jokers rolled out of the white light and looked at each other. The feeling of standing on solid ground shocked the dead man. He raised his hands and touched his face. "I think I'm alive," he asked the Atom Man uncertainly. The Atom Man had never seen the dead man's original appearance. He looked at the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes for a long time. "I think so," he said hesitantly. "You two jokers, go to the back and chat." Seeing that they still wanted to chat, Thea waved her hand and threw them to the back of the team. "Can't you see that we're still fighting monsters? Since you're alive, why don't you join the team? Why are you standing in front of the boss?" After the annoying guy left, she finally saw Black Death Monarch's miserable state. She was happy and excited. Black Death Monarch's vitality was greatly damaged this time. Even if he cross-dressed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. After the tug-of-war competition, Thea brought out her goddess-like appearance and let out a bell-like laughter. Looking at the scythe blade and a small section of the scythe in her hand, which contained a lot of Black Death Monarch's knowledge, she wanted to howl at the sky. Although this thing couldn't be used as a weapon, it could still be used for research. This was definitely a win. Thea let the heroines go back to rest. They couldn't help much in the following battle. The lantern beasts also returned to the energy source. Other than Thea, the other three hosts were exhausted. Diana, Fiora, and Kara. Among the three, Diana was the strongest, but the ion shark she possessed was also the oldest lantern beast. It had been fed by the Green Lantern Corps for hundreds of millions of years. The energy it contained was beyond imagination. Other than the goddess of valor like Diana, most people couldn't accept such a large amount of energy without using cheats. "You've lost. Go back to your world. The living don't welcome you." Black Death Monarch didn't look good at this time. His hair was dry again, but there were more strands. The spirit of the living couldn't be dispelled so easily. The funniest thing was that he was holding a stick in his hand. The Grim Reaper's appearance that reaped lives with a scythe instantly turned into the image of a sect master in rags holding a dog-beating stick. The Black Death Emperor stared blankly at Thea, or rather at the scythe in her hand. Then, he reached out to the black lamp's main energy source, trying to absorb power from it. "Don't you dare!" Diana took out her lightning spear and was about to throw it. Thea hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Look carefully. The power he's absorbing is different from his origin." Of course, she knew that the anti-monitor was now in the Black Lantern's main energy source. If they attacked rashly and released the anti-monitor, Earth would be very lively. Since the Black Death Emperor wanted to absorb the anti-supervisor's power to make up for his loss, then let him. Purely accumulating energy would instead lower his own realm. The young miss was happy to see this happen. It's the opposite of creation. It's similar to Darkseid's godhood of destruction, but it's of a higher level. She did not say too much. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain how she knew that the anti-monitor was trapped in the energy source. She weighed her words carefully and whispered to Diana. "Are we just going to watch?" "Of course not. The Black Death Emperor will not allow destruction to contaminate his own death. He will only absorb part of it. During this time, I need to gather the power of the 7 lanterns to deal with him. Gon, give me a green lantern ring. Carol, give me a purple lantern ring. Lavritz, don't run, I'm talking about you. Give me an orange lantern ring." She had dabbled in too many fields, but she was still no match for Kyle Rayner, who had a cheat code. Even today, she had only mastered 4 emotions. The orange lantern greed could only be considered a small success. She could not do it without the lantern ring. The green lantern ring and the purple lantern ring were successfully obtained, but the orange lantern ring was difficult. "Do you think you can run? Hurry up, don't make me do it." Lavritz wanted to run, but how was that possible? Thea teleported and caught up with him. She grabbed his neck and threatened him for a long time. Lavrit's tears flowed down his face. He looked as if his parents had died and gave her an orange lantern ring. The 3 lantern rings hovered in front of her. She did not put them on immediately. Instead, she needed to first harmonize the 4 emotions in her body. With the most inclusive compassion as the foundation, she added fear, hope, and anger. Then, it was green lantern hope, orange lantern greed, and finally, purple lantern love. Thea and the Black Death Emperor adjusted their states at the same time, preparing for the final battle. The battle outside had also reached its climax. The heroines recovered slightly and joined the battle, leaving only Diana to protect Thea. Hal Jordan, Sinisto, Qing Nu, Saint, Attikides, Lavritz, and Carol Ferris. The 7 elite lanterns were the most dazzling. They were teaming up to beat up Scarface. Scarface controlled the 7 guardians to fight against the 7 lanterns. The 7 of them were either the leader of the lanterns or the greatest Lantern X, and they cooperated well. They covered each other and kept shrinking the battle line in order to defeat Scarface. In their view, the creation of the Black Lantern Ring, enslaving the Guardians, breaking through OU, slaughtering the universe's life, and summoning the Black Death Emperor were all this little blue person's fault. She was responsible for the deaths of the universe. Hal, stop being so impatient. Have you forgotten what I taught you back then? Sinisto was very unhappy. Hal Jordan had underestimated the enemy and attacked prematurely, leaving him wide open. He was almost ambushed by a guardian. Don't tell me what to do, the greatest Sinisto. What happened back then is not over yet. Hal and Sinisto were natural enemies. Hal felt that he was already taking the big picture into consideration, but he could not help but mock. Oh no, calm down. Please take the big picture into consideration. Everything will be fine. Saint hurriedly came out to smooth things over. After fighting for 2 minutes, Attikides was furious. Green light, you're blocking my view. I also want a green light. This sneaky person was laughless. The 7 of them were in a mess. There was Hal Jordan and Sinisto going head-to-head, his emotional entanglement with Carlo Ferris, Attikides' hatred of the Green Lantern Corps, Qing Nu and Saint trying to smooth things over, and occasionally Laughless wanting to steal a few rings. In short, no one would think of words like unity and friendship when they saw the scene of their battle. Can these guys do it? This thought automatically came to Diana's mind. She was anxious about the battle, but she still stood motionless by Thea's side to protect her. Thea was now exuding an ethereal green aura. It was the most basic green compassion. Her golden hair floated slowly, and the light between her hair would make even the sun jealous. It was yellow fear. One eye was red, representing anger, and the other eye was blue, representing hope. It was not difficult to reconcile the 4 emotions. After all, she had done many experiments in private. After checking it once, there were no problems. The emotions were stable. She first put on the green light of courage. This emotion was external, but to her, controlling a light ring was simply child's play. There was no need to chant those slogans, and there was no need to pledge loyalty to the Green Lantern Corps. Thea smoothly added an emotion. Chapter 850. Thea tried her best to ignore the difference between external emotions and her own when she took off the ring. She reached out and put on the orange light ring. The accumulation of emotions was not an addition but a multiplication. Every additional emotion was a burden on her spiritual power. Fortunately, she had mastered greed. With the help of the orange light ring, she quickly controlled this emotion. It was hard to imagine how Kyle Rayner did it. The young lady was speechless. She was now like playing dominoes. A small mistake could cause her to waste all her effort or even be seriously injured. After a long time, she opened her eyes. The light behind her could no longer be seen. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. 6 colors mixed together. It was indescribably strange. She still needed the last color. Purple love and red anger were the same. They were at the opposite ends of the emotional spectrum. It could be said that they were very extreme emotions. The Purple Lantern Corps' motto was that love represented everything. If there was love, then one could do anything. If the Purple Lantern fell in love with a criminal who committed murder and arson, then it was completely okay. This was also an expression of love in their eyes. Thea did not like this kind of extreme thinking. Otherwise, she would not have put the purple lantern of love at the end. But as soon as she put on the purple light ring, she felt a huge disharmony. Thea hurriedly adjusted several emotions, trying to get the purple lantern to return to its original position. Unfortunately, the love was very resistant. Is it my own problem? She thought about it and felt that it was not. The light ring was a stupid device. It could be used as soon as she put it on, but it would be useless if she took it off. No matter what, she was still better than those purple lanterns. Even if there was no love at all, Thea felt that she could forcibly control it. Emotional energy was mysterious, but in essence, it was just a kind of energy. But now the purple lantern was completely ignoring her. It was like a rich young master who had prepared 81 brilliant plans and then went to ask a beautiful woman out for a meal. In the end, he found out that she was not there. Thea felt similar. The purple lantern did not give her a chance at all. Her tricks were useless. Is it a problem with the order? She hurriedly adjusted the focus of each lantern. Although she still used pity as the base, she arranged them according to the order of the emotional spectrum. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were arranged in the order. After a long struggle, several emotions were faintly unstable. You should come in this time, right? In the end, he poured a bucket of cold water over her head. The purple lamp was still resisting. F***ck, what went wrong? Thea was sweating a little. What order had she missed? Could it only be Kyle Rayner? Impossible. She didn't believe it. Not enough. Not enough. A faint voice drifted into his ears. The spirit of existence? What are you talking about? Thea was so anxious that she was about to go to the bedroom. This person leisurely told her that it wasn't enough. Not enough, my ass. He carefully recalled the original space-time plot. What did he miss? Black hands had appeared in the world. Scarface had rebelled. Collect energy, yes. There were also ways to summon the Black Death Emperor. The first few steps were correct, but there was a problem later on. After the spirit of existence was born, Sinisto and Hal went through a lot of trouble before finally reviving Blackhand and cutting off the connection between the Black Death Emperor and the material world. None of this happened, but this was the final stage and had nothing to do with the current situation. Thea thought for a while and finally thought of a suspicious point. The spirit of existence was buried deep in Earth. In other words, as the manifestation of life emotions, the White Lantern Beast was formed from the emotions of Earth. If she didn't rely on the Lantern Beast and use the 7 emotions to form the White Lantern, she would have to start from Earth. 7 emotions weren't enough. Those emotions came from space. Thea needed the 7 Earth emotions as a guide to finally form the White Lantern. She didn't know if her guess was right. After greeting the few of them, the Martian Manhunter and the Martian Maiden replaced the 7 lanterns. What's the matter? Sinisto felt that he had the upper hand and was unhappy to be replaced at the last minute. Thea closed her eyes and maintained the 6 emotions. She whispered a few words to Gonda through the telepathic channel. Gant's face was bitter. You can still think of me when you're being scolded? You're so righteous. But the little blue man looked at the big picture. The people scolding them could circle half the universe. A few more wouldn't matter. Gantz carefully looked at the 7 of them, then snapped his fingers and uttered a word. Pa. 6 light sounds were heard. Except for Hal Jordan, a replica of the rings of the other 6 people appeared at the same time. The replicas floated in the air and flew in all directions. What's that? Atakitas was furious and questioned Gonda. My ring. Lafleas couldn't hold it in this time. In less than 3 seconds his shirt was wet. After Thea snatched one away, another one flew away. Thea was still pretending to be a psychic with her eyes closed, but she didn't let Gonda take the blame silently and explained for him. The Guardians left a loophole in the original manufacturing agreement of all the lantern rings. They can duplicate the current ring and choose a new owner. The 7 people looked at Gonda in unison. Gonda was speechless. You might as well not have explained. Once Lafleas heard that it was a replica, he looked much better. Thea continued, I need 6 people from Earth to provide emotions to help me deal with the big black guy. Hal looked around. Only his ring didn't change. Why am I not affected? Earth already has 4 Green Lanterns now. They have enough courage. Thea didn't finish her sentence. Courage was the foundation. This was also the main reason why Kyle Rayner could become a White Lantern so easily. Because the small Earth had 4 Green Lanterns, and there would be 2 more in the future, which equaled to 6. The Guardians stipulated that each sector had 2 Green Lanterns. This was a very scientific and strict judgment. It wasn't a blind guess. The various emotions involved could stand up to scrutiny. 1 or 2 Green Lanterns on a planet were more than enough to provide emotions. Technically, her Yellow Lanterns also had people on Earth. Unfortunately, the Yellow Lanterns had their own abilities. The lantern rings were like superphones to them. The secretary who wore the Blue Lantern was a homebody and didn't use her lantern rings often. To be safe, Thea let them go completely. It was just 6 temporary rings. The heroes were all on the battlefield. Purple, Blue, and Green chose quickly. The Purple Lantern slightly compared between Diana and Kara and finally made a choice. Diana glanced at Thea. Thea nodded at her. Only then did she put on the Purple Lantern ring. Intelligent life has been selected. Diana, Prince of Earth, you have deep love in your heart. Welcome to the Purple Lantern Corps. Intelligent life has been selected. Barry Allen of Earth, you have the ability to instill firm hope in others. Welcome to the Blue Lantern Corps. Intelligent life has been selected. Ray Palmer of Earth, you have an incomparably compassionate heart. Welcome to the Blue Lantern Corps. The Flash and the Atom on the other side also chose to accept. After they accepted, Thea instantly felt that the Purple Lantern of Love showed signs of integration. It wasn't easy to get such a result. The 3 relatively positive rings chose their wearers on the spot. The 3 less positive rings took a few minutes to choose their wearers. The Yellow Lantern of Fear still chose the Scarecrow. The Orange Lantern of Greed chose Lex Luthor. This guy was hiding in an underground base. The Orange Lantern didn't expect to drag him out by force. The 2 of them didn't surprise Thea. After all, the original Time Lantern ring also chose them. The Red Lantern's choice surprised everyone, including her. The Red Lantern chose a house cat. Chapter 851. Looking at the short-haired cat lying at his feet, Attikides was a little dazed, but more than that, he was angry. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Don't laugh. Do you think I don't know that this is a small animal from your planet? This is so infuriating. The orange and yellow lights came back much earlier than the red lights. Attikides had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, but he never thought that the red light would give him such a result. This cat was thin and small, weighing only 4 to 5 kilograms. It was now wearing the red light vest, but there were still some damages on its head and claws. Obviously, it had been abused before. Ha! The one who laughed so happily and didn't give anyone any face was Hal Jordan. Although he knew that the enemy was right in front of him, he still couldn't hold back. Attikides had a fiery temper, and when he saw Hal Jordan holding his stomach and laughing beside him, he exploded on the spot. Not to mention Hal Jordan, who had never been serious and could even laugh and scold the Heavenly Father, the few people from Earth were a little stunned, and then they laughed. Even someone as steady as Diana laughed. Thea also couldn't help but laugh, but she could still distinguish the severity of the situation. She coughed twice and tried not to look like she was gloating. Attikides, look at this cat carefully. It completely meets the standards of the Red Light Corps. The lantern ring was chosen correctly. She had already seen that this cat was originally very ordinary, but it had the red of all beings in its body. The red of all beings forcibly raised its life level, which was why it was finally chosen by the lantern ring. After all, it wasn't hard to find an emotion like anger, and there were rough men everywhere. Attikides held back his anger and looked carefully. This cat looked weak, but in fact, it had an uncontrollable anger in its body. It could be said that it met the standards of the Red Light Corps. It had abundant and irresistible anger, but it also had a certain degree of restraint. It could be said that this cat was completely qualified to join the Red Light Corps. The Red Light Corps only required anger, And the stronger the anger, the better. If the standards were relaxed, the entire universe could recruit thousands of them in minutes. But Attikides, as the leader of the Red Light Corps, couldn't make such a choice. He needed subordinates who could control their anger and listen to his orders, not a group of crazy idiots. This was the main reason why there were so few Red Light Corps. If he opened the recruitment, how many people in the universe with bad tempers couldn't be found? It was impossible. Attikides was lying on the ground. Its big head and the cat looked at each other as if they were communicating. Hal Jordan wanted to kick his big butt several times, but he was stopped by Carol Ferris. I will accept it as an official member of the Red Light Squad after the war. Attikides looked at Thea from the corner of his eyes. After all, this cat came from Earth. The eldest miss nodded slightly, indicating that she could do so. Diana has been with Thea for a long time. Although she has never worn the lantern ring, she has seen too many of them. She knows how to use it after a little thinking. The purple lantern ring was not a lantern beast that had lived for hundreds of millions of years like the ion shark. Its clothes did not change at all. Diana easily mastered this temporary purple lantern ring. On the other side, the Saint Walker was telling Barry about the path of hope. Qing Nu also briefly explained to Adam Man how to use mercy. The scarecrow was quite well behaved. It was familiar with the use of the ring on its own. From time to time, it would conjure a few small birds that danced in the air. The only troublesome thing was the orange lamp. Baldy, don't even think about taking my lamp. Lafleetz held the charging lamp tightly. On the other side, Luther's eyes were shining. He was fighting with Lafleetz for the lamp. Do you know how to build a huge organization, country, or empire? You idiot, that ring is a waste to give it to you. Luther stepped on Lafleetz's face with one foot and pulled Lafleetz's fingers with both hands, trying to grab the authentic orange ring. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Thea was still trying to communicate with the various colors of light. She could only spare a little of her attention to deal with this matter. She reached out and pointed in Luther's direction, throwing out a psychic shield. He is controlled by the greed in the orange lamp. However, Thea also knew that Luther was indeed difficult to deal with. He wanted too much. It was not unreasonable that the orange lamp chose him. Everyone from Earth, I don't need you to do anything for me. You just need to vent the emotions in the ring. Thea saw that they were ready and directly sent them to fight monsters. They just needed to vent the emotions. The purple lamp of love is the key. I'm stuck on the purple lamp now. Cast it as soon as possible. Thea said to Diana through telepathy. Diana handed the guard job to Kara and rushed out first. The mission was not difficult. As long as the emotions in the ring were used, the mission would be completed. She materialized as countless Amazon warriors, riding warhorses and holding spears in their hands. They charged into the Black Lantern like a torrent. The others also made their moves. Among them, the Scarecrow was the most hardworking. He materialized countless birds and flew toward the Black Lanterns. Luther and the cat began to attack their surroundings reluctantly. After regaining his consciousness, Luther's high intelligence finally came into play. Other than Diana, he was the second person to use the orange lamp ring freely. All kinds of high-tech weapons were materialized one by one. Then he seemed to have discovered the secret of the orange lamp ring's abundant energy. He no longer cared about the consumption of energy. An overwhelming mechanical army emerged from the ring and rushed toward the Black Lanterns like a tide. What Brainiac called Level 9 intelligence, Luther's logical thinking and vast knowledge combined with the orange-colored ring that was filled with an endless amount of energy. Their combination was simply terrifying. Compared to Lafla's one-wave attack style, the orange lamp ring's power was fully unleashed in Luther's hands. Countless orange lights filled the vision. Luther not only knew how to create them, but he could also control the Black Lanterns under his control to perform all kinds of exquisite coordination. For a moment, the millions of Black Lanterns were suppressed by him alone. Sure enough, the orange lamp and Luther were a perfect match. Thea thought to herself. Fortunately, fate had connected the orange lamp and Laflas. If the orange lamp had chosen Luther as the first orange lamp ring, Black Death Monarch would not have been able to do anything today. On the other side, the cat was also unleashing its power. The sattva red seemed to be using it to vent its anger. Blood-red energy like magma was spat out from the cat's mouth. Even an elephant would not have so much HP, let alone a kitten. However, the cat did not hesitate at all. The hot red energy kept spitting out and defeated the black lanterns. Green Lamp Atomic Warrior Sia did not pay too much attention to it because Miss Secretary was there before. Earth had compassion emotions. It could be said that Green Lamp Courage, Yellow Lamp Fear, and Green Lamp Compassion. These three emotions were already present in the spirit of Earth's existence. She could integrate them smoothly. Chapter 852. Luther controlled all kinds of manifestations to fire wildly, and the greed that belonged to Earth smoothly returned to its place. Diana and the cat followed closely behind. Love and anger had reached a standard at the same time, and the 6 emotions had reached a perfect level. Now, only hope was still a little discordant, and this discordant was hindering her from integrating the power of the purple lamp of love. The spirit of existence transmitted a lot of joy to her. The 7 emotions in her body also showed signs of harmony. "Brother Aaron, everything will be fine," the saint explained to Barry Aaron, who was wearing a blue tights. Barry's personality was very similar to the saint's. They were the so-called good people. He was very confused now. He pointed at Luther and the scarecrow. "Do I have to be like them? But I only know how to run." "No, Brother Aaron, you are not good at running," the saint still said slowly. Barry was a little dumbfounded. What did he mean? "I'm not good at running." "Are you good at it?" "You are good at giving people hope. This is your true ability." Barry was very happy. He had always been proud of this. What was strong was not the power of speed, but his perseverance in action. Now, the saint was more and more pleasing to the eye. The two of them were faintly filled with love. Thea, who was far away, was sweating. "We are fighting, don't talk about those empty words. Give us something real." In the telepathic communication, she said, "Barry, you don't have to materialize. But when you run, you will bring hope to others. Use your heart to feel the people who need help. The emotion of hope will fuel your power of speed. Think about the joy you had when you helped others for the first time. Remember, it was the power of speed that chose you. That was not a coincidence." Barry ran a few steps suspiciously. Soon he found a huge change. He could fly. The air was like the ordinary ground to him. He could run in the air. Many movements that were limited to the ground were now easy to do. He was like Hermes before, able to run freely in the air. Just like Thea said, he felt hope. There were people calling for hope everywhere. He felt that as long as he wanted, he could go to anyone. Hope seemed to have given him wings. Although he wanted to help everyone, he also knew that the situation was tense. He began to cooperate with the green light to eliminate the black light. Barry felt that he had never been this fast before. He was running in an abnormal flow of time. Everything around him had become still. This also allowed him to see the strength of the people on the battlefield. The Black Death Emperor and Thea were completely unaffected. One of them was absorbing the black lamp's energy, while the other was gathering the 7-colored light. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces as they prepared their ultimate moves. Diana, Scarface, and the 7 nameless guardians were almost unaffected. Diana even gave him a strange look. Superman and the Martian hunter were greatly affected, but they could still move. They looked like they were in slow motion as they attacked the enemies around them. Excluding a few extreme speed users and Black Lamp Reverse Lightning who was hiding in the distance, the rest of the ordinary people had all entered a state of stillness. "Don't go, he's dangerous." Thea quickly stopped Barry when she saw him trying to ambush Black Death King. "Time is not absolute. Don't take the risk. Normal forces won't be able to defeat him. Let's help the Green Lanterns." Barry saw that Thea was speaking at a normal speed. He could also see that she was trying to prepare her ultimate move. He thought about it and ran back to attack the black light. In a world where time was relatively still, he was like a hard-working bee, constantly correcting the attack position of the Green Lanterns. He had to ensure that their green light would hit the black light ring. After that, he would fire a blue light. He kept running, correcting, shooting, and running. In everyone's eyes, he was working with the Green Lanterns to kill more than 2,000 black lights in an instant. Everyone unconsciously had a thought in their mind. We can win, there's hope. A weak but tenacious light lit up in everyone's heart. The hope in their hearts was transmitted to the spirit of existence, and it was fed back to Thea. They had finally reached this step. The hope emotions were completely compatible and automatically moved out of position, allowing the purple lamp of love to be placed on Thea's finger. The 4 emotions in her body, the purple ring on her left hand, the green ring on her right hand, and the orange ring on her right, the 7 colors of light began the final reconciliation. Stop her! Thea was so arrogant that the Black Death King was not blind. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to attack. Now it was a race of time. Whoever completed the absorption first would win. Scarface was already fighting with all her might. Unfortunately, she could only use 20 to 30% of the combat power of the other little blue men. She was still beaten by Superman and the Martian Manhunt. Black Hand, who had been holding the bones of his family and smiling foolishly, suddenly woke up. As the first black light, he finally showed his ferocious fangs. Countless black lines emerged from the black light ring on his right hand. Those were sutures, specially made silk threads used on corpses. Countless black threads rushed toward Sia in a dense swarm. Diana came back in time. She was too lazy to use any instantiation. She took out the Vulcan sword and slashed at the black lines. On the other side, Hal Jordan and others were also attacking Black Hand. Unfortunately, the means that could make a normal black light go offline did not work on Black Hand. He was not a puppet. He had his own consciousness and thoughts. Even if 100 lights hit him, he would be fine. Black Hand's sutures trapped several Black Lanterns and superheroes. This kind of thread looked ordinary, but it was actually very tough. There were some barbs on the thread that were as thin as a cow's hair. After binding the body, the life force would be constantly depleted. Hal Jordan was entangled for less than 3 seconds. His face began to turn abnormally dark. Diana cut a few threads. Seeing that Hal was about to die, she hurriedly threw out a gem. The gem contained the firestorm that Thea had sealed. The black lines were restrained for a moment, but in less than 10 seconds, they came back again. Burn with fire. Using a sword was too inefficient. Diana could only cast a few fireballs. Magic was really not something she was good at. She could only call on the other heroes to help. The Kryptonians fought back with heat rays. Several heroes who could use fire, like the Revenge Demons of the Suicide Squad, the Firestorm, and the Inferno of the International Righteous Alliance, all attacked. But the most eye-catching one was Raven. Her face was covered by the hood, but 3 pairs of scarlet eyes could be seen in the shadow. The power of Raven's blood was fully activated. The big lowly shouted, and a magic raven flew out from the shadow behind her. Hellfire was mixed with evil magic. The raven wrapped the black lines and burned all the way to Black Hand. The bloodline of the 3 Palace Demon was not something that mortals could resist. Black Hand tried to use the black thread to bind the crows several times, but it was burned to pieces. The decaying and gray aura of death instead encouraged the shadow crows. The raven let out a low cry, passed through Black Hand's body, and flew toward the Black Death in the distance. Chapter 853. Black Death King hurriedly mobilized his subordinates to block Raven's attack. He was in perfect condition and he could take it head-on with his origin weapon, but now, unfortunately, these subordinates were all mortals, and they were burned to ashes like moths to a flame. Scarface chose to take Superman's punch head-on, and used the opportunity to mobilize the Guardians under his control to block Dark Raven. Puff, puff, puff. After passing through 3 Guardians in a row, the Shadow Raven's magic power was finally exhausted. Controlling such a terrifying amount of magic power was a huge mental burden. Raven Big lowly exited the bloodline state and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The price for the Black Lanterns was that 3 Guardians were burned to ashes. 3 of his kind with eternal lifespan were burned to death, and they had lost their emotions. Scarface did not feel it was a pity. She was in great danger now. 1 was saved by Diana, and now another 3 were dead. She only had 4 little blue men under her control. Although her control would increase exponentially with fewer people, she did not have time to celebrate under Superman's fierce attacks. The battlefield was in a stalemate. The human army at the outermost area was rescuing the residents of the coastal city and attacking the Black Lanterns. The city was already filled with Black Lanterns. They blocked the attacks from the outskirts and focused their firepower on the city center. In the city center, the Seven Lantern Corps and the human superheroes were fighting to the death. At the center was Thea and Black Death King. Black Death King's black aura was mixed with some nothingness. It was the aura of the Anti-Watcher that destroyed the multiverse. It was strong and long, like an eternity. Unfortunately, this aura was strong enough, but it was not compatible with Black Death King. He could only borrow a small part of its power, and he would have to give it up later. But for victory, he did not care how to recover. He had all the time. On the opposite side of the black aura, the other side was as bright as day. Even an idiot would know that the two energies corresponded. The Black Lanterns and the heroes were fighting hard to hold on until dawn arrived. Originally, the white light was a little mixed, like a piece of white cloth with some scattered spots. As Sia tried her best to reconcile them, the spots slowly disappeared. Although there were still some mixed spots in the fine areas, there was no problem with the general direction. Death is not a disaster, but a friend of life. Growing old is not a bad thing, but a blessing. Thea could not help but express her own understanding. The Black Death Emperor, who had always been silent, finally had emotions. This was a battle of ideals. He loudly retorted, "Death is the end of life. It is the final destination of all life. There is no distinction between us. There is only eternal peace." That's not right. Death is the friend of life. Every life will encounter death twice in their lifetime. Once is birth, and once is death. He will wait for every life at the beginning and the end. You're talking nonsense. The two of them did not give way to each other. They each explained their own theories and began to debate. The Black Lantern was controlled by the Black Death Emperor. The Black Death Emperor was sometimes thinking and sometimes shouting, causing them to be a little absent-minded. The heroes were also dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Could they beat the enemy with their mouths? You should have said so earlier. Let's spray him to death. Of course, Thea did not have nothing to do. At first, she was thinking about something and did not control her mouth. Later, she found that the Black Death Emperor was anxious to debate with her, so she did not mind delaying a little. Compared to the Black Death Emperor who hid in his own space and pondered for hundreds of millions of years to comprehend a peaceful death, she had a broader view. No matter if it was Doomsday's destruction to death, or Decaying Black's death to decay, or Ramer's death, or Black Runner's death, they were all part of death. It was just that their understanding from their own perspectives was biased, but it could not be said that they were wrong. Now, many ideas were thrown out by Thea. She was not as pure as the Black Death Emperor, but she could disturb him. Let the Black Death Emperor ponder over the messy theories. She was afraid of the pure Black Death Emperor, not the mixed Black Death Emperor. While chatting, she accumulated power in her body. When the 7 emotions were finally reconciled, Thea felt a little regretful. After all, the 3 emotions were not her own. No matter how hard she tried, there was still a flaw. But this was enough. Light, countless lights came out from Thea's body. Diana and the others covered their faces. The light was too dazzling. It was not hot, but it was filled with endless vitality. The superheroes had been fighting for an entire night. They were exhausted and mentally exhausted. Some were even covered in wounds. But under the illumination of the white light, they were surprised to find that they had recovered to their best state. Ka-ka-ka. With 3 crisp sounds, the 3 rings on Thea's fingers were all shattered. What replaced them was a fluorescent snow-white ring that flew out from the ground and automatically put on her left hand. Thea Quinn from Earth, destiny has been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone felt that a white light filled their vision, but it was not uncomfortable. It was like a friend next door whispering to them. It was warm, friendly, and made people want to get close to it. Even the Orange Lantern Laughless, whose heart was filled with desire, recalled memories from a long time ago. At that time, he was weak, helpless, ignorant, and didn't have an orange ring, nor did he have an army, but he was really happy. The Red Light's heart had long been occupied by the lamp ring. But from Adakaida's down, everyone seemed to hear their own heartbeats again. The purple lamps walked out of their fanatical love. Love was not everything in life. Friendship and family were equally precious. On the battlefield, no matter heroes or villains, every intelligent life felt a long-lost peace. It was as if countless emotions were pouring into their hearts. It was as if countless people were helping them share their worries. Superman thought of his quarrel with Louise and smiled gently. This matter was very troublesome at the time, but now it seemed like a small matter. Dick thought of himself wavering between Barbara and Starfire. He was ready to make some things clear after the battle. More people had more things to do. They usually felt heavy, but now everyone seemed to have put down 1,000 pounds. The white lamp's light calmed everyone's hearts. They could not see a beam of light with a diameter of 100 meters shooting into the sky. It was as if a hole had been punched in the night sky. Countless fragments of light pierced through the clouds and returned, scattering the light on the ground again. After their vision returned to normal, they automatically looked at Thea. White boots, white gloves, a white shawl jacket and a gauze skirt. She did not wear a mask. The symbol on her chest was similar to the black lamp, but the concept was completely opposite. The black lamp was an inverted triangle with 5 fingers extending outwards. The white lamp also had an inverted triangle, but there was a vertical line among its 5 fingers, as if it was trying to retract something. She came out of the light a few seconds later. Her previous outfit was really unsightly. It was 100% skin-tight. Although it was tightly covered and not a bit of flesh was exposed, she did not like it, mainly because it was too tight. Wearing it was almost the same as not wearing it. It was so tight that she almost suffocated. It would have been fine if the people present were all women, but the problem was that they were not. Fortunately, she had her own emotions as a foundation and did not completely rely on the lamp ring. The spirit of existence behind the white lamp had very little control over her. The two sides had a simple negotiation and made a compromise, resulting in her current outfit. As a result of the compromise, she had to honestly recite the oath of the white lamp. The spirit of existence had given in on her outfit, so she could not change the oath. Fortunately, there was no loss in reciting it once. There will be light in the white sun, cleansing the soul is wrong. Darkness descends, look up, new day descends, the light is immeasurable.